Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the 9th season of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. It's Seraphim Oxblood versus Chikara Redemption, and what a fitting team name because Chikara is 0 for 9 in OSAS finales in terms of winning them. And this Chikara team might break the curse.
Definitely. We're gonna have to see if anyone can finally take down Oxblood. Oxblood has been 5-0 in this finale series. Just been tearing up the competition. No one able to put a stop to them.
Yeah, this team is looking so solid too soon. made a casting debut yesterday, performed amazingly, and also is performing amazingly in game as well. But the comfortable Atlas taken away, and Seraphim Oxblood just gonna hover the other melee goalie here. OSAS is always really fun to watch, right? It's just like such a big variety of playstyles, and everyone's just trying to play their own game.
Definitely. I've seen way too many Kazan goalies. I mean, and by way too many, just a lot more than I would have expected out of any games. But anyway, looks like match is about to start. What do you think about looking into these comps going in?
Well, Mike Mart is locking in that Asher goalie we've seen quite a bit here. And you're a little familiar with the goalies being picked. And any thoughts on them and the Awakening start?
I think the strangest thing right here is that we already got a Super Surge pick on the Asher. Very strange to be going for that Dash Awakening, especially when Missile Prop can really help you put up that that pass splitter from further back and help your forwards out with a lot of corner pressure.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Mike Mart makes use of it. Also, a little strange is the momentum boots, right? No strike shot to get that ranged pressure, that ranged defense as well to make sure Knight can't do stuff like that. Getting the top of the barrier, and already Seraphim Oxblood getting the barriers and doing a ton of damage. They're looking like the team to beat.
Yeah, I know strike shot, that's kind of the standard pick, but whenever I go for my melee goalies, it's always more fun for me to be running the momentum boots. More of a personal preference right there, but immediately we're getting into it. A KO on Knight.
Loud Lace kind of reading Mike Mart's leaning there, trying to dash it to the bottom side, but getting sniped out by the piercing shot for the first goal of the game. Seraphim Oxblood up 1-0 already. And do you notice anything about the general dynamic? Why do you think Seraphim Oxblood is the one doing more damage and really putting on the pressure?
I mean, I think part of that is they're the only ones that actually went for Siphoning Wand. If I got the teams correct. But yeah, that's where they have the Siphoning Wand Zentaro. They also have the Super Surge on top of it. That's just buffing so much of Zentaro's kit, so he's already healthy, strong off the bat.
But even despite that, right, Seraphim Oxblood on the blue side, they're the ones chipping Grant Attack from Chikara Redemption. It's a little brutal here.
Oh, that could be in part of just Zentaro's low stagger, just based off. He's very squishy character, and if you really bully him, he can just be an easy target.
Missile Prop Tobu Fortress sends the core forwards and a pendulum swing to finish it off. Seraphim Oxblood, I think, are playing this Awakening start very, very comfortably with the Dubu and of course, the classic Estelle Rasmus combo of core control and chip damage. And Chikara Redemption, they're really on the back foot here.
For sure. If maybe things start getting their foot again, get some stagger swagger, they might be able to stay a bit together for longer.
Yeah, the Awakening draft might be what saves them, or maybe some damage on Loudlace. Getting the KO is Grand Attack. You mentioned the Zentaro damage earlier, and this time it comes to fruition. A starting Super Surge also helps out plenty with that as well. It's too soon though. Very comfortable, just stalling the core. Well played by the Dubu goalie to get the respawn down and keep the barrier alive.
Another thing that comes to mind is that not only is Zen low on the stagger, but you also have the Kai on top of that. So any damage scaling coming from Oxblood is going to be scary just for Redemption. Just very easy to try to focus in and just get that damage scaling up. But here we're on the first draft, and we're looking at two good survivability options with Stagger Swagger and Egoist.
Yeah, well, let's see if Chikara Redemption focuses in on that, because they are available for going for the team player instead. And Primetime picked up by the Dubu. Also big deny against the Asher here. They don't go for the stagger. The 1-2 punch may be a way to fight back, but I think Stagger Swagger would have been a pretty valuable pickup there.
For sure.
I guess looking at the general Awakening state, how do you think these teams are going to play out the next set?
It can kind of go a lot of either way. It's kind of a big hodgepodge of kind of different things that are grabbed. I mean, there's definitely a lot of solid damage that was grabbed from Grant's attack, and being able to control stronger with team player as well might give them the edge to kind of survive a little bit longer.
That pressure culminates in a goal by Perfect Curves with the barrage. Too soon and Lales, a bit of a defensive mishap on the top side with the Tofu Fortress. But if they can keep the core forward, that can be good as Mike Mart Super Surge dashes way too far. Both barriers already taken down. A whole lot of trouble as Knight keeps the core under control. The center explodes, a bit of chip damage, but I don't think that will matter as Too Soon is chilling with 2 barriers alive, and the goal will be finally sniped in. Seraphim Moxblood making the previous point only a little bit of a memory here as they're just casually winning that point very, very comfortably.
Interesting thing to note is both Grant and Perfect Curves have decided to switch the lanes that they start on kickoff, possibly thinking that they might get a bigger advantage switching their opponents.
Yeah, that's definitely a strategy that could work out here, but not at this point as the barrier goes down. But Trader on the other side, Mike Mart now in a lot of trouble and doesn't quite have the cooldowns fast enough to push it out of the corner. Knight now looking for the outplay, covers the out clear with the pendulum swing. 2-1 now in the favor of Seraphim Moxblood as they have not slowed down that much.
There might be a need of change on some defense here because all these points seem to be happening mostly fast. Barriers are taken, goals are taken, and it's done with such haste and efficiency that there's not any real time for much to develop on either side as far as damage so far.
Absolutely. Grand attack now looking for a dribble on the top side, trying to find the core control win condition, but it goes to Knight, who has been the core control win condition. Wow, just a clean shot right to the middle past Perfect Curves and Mike Mart. That was so clean from Seraphim Moxblood, no hesitation as they win the second set of the game.
Yeah, let's see what we were getting into the next draft with the possibility of a Catalyst Egoist, but it's looking like Oxblood is not going to let that chance slide. And we have the Dubu looking for Missile Propulsion and Extra Special, which is a very strong combo on Dubu. It really allows Dubu to, you know, apply a lot of pressure over and over to keep putting that wall up in the corner.
But it will be denied, and the Dubu will instead have to opt for Spark of Strength instead. Spark of Resilience falling down, though, is really good for Chikara Redemption. That's the survivability that Grand Attack needs to really just push forward without fearing too much. And although the Catalyst Ghost is denied, I think if there's ever a chance for Seraphim Oxblood to fall behind a little bit for Chikara Redemption to maybe push forward a little bit, it is this set.
For sure. I mean, they gotta start making a comeback. If they're gonna make it any survive, they're gonna have to survive throughout the rest of this tournament.
But you mentioned it earlier, Perfect Curves, the Kai also could be a target, and they're taking a ton of damage here. They do take both barriers. Such a dangerous spot. Too soon. Walks up, but the log is destroyed by the Oni's blade. It's 0-1 now. Chikara Redemption on the board yet again. Overall, though, Tiger, what I'm really like concerned of is always that chip damage coming out from Knight and Lales, right? Grand Attack and Perfect Curves, even with the Spark of Resilience on Grand Attack, they're taking a lot of damage.
And it's an interesting thing to note, just like you don't really see much damage awakenings on Oxblood, but even still, it just goes to show how having that like slightly bit of lower stagger, it can make a big difference, especially if you just become a target.
Oh, speaking of becoming target, that Kai is dead, and it's Seraphim Moxblood's turn to push forward. Grand Attack doing their best to put on damage on Lales, but that's a barrier down. That was a crazy bounce. It went behind the barrier and then popped out immediately back from where it came. And now Knight gets a rebound. Great center explosion from Too Soon, but Mike Mart still defending, and Lales on death's door, almost taken out, but still surviving. This Estelle surviving is so huge for Seraphim Moxblood.
I mean, it's just like, even with one of those things about Max Souls is just the fact that, you know, you can survive really easily. You can stay in that midfield line, which is kind of notoriously hard to kill from, and just get that speed, which makes you hard to KO.
and we're seeing a little bit of what you mentioned earlier about the Super Surge on that Asher, right? It makes the dash so hard to place in those long-range situations where otherwise the normal dash and just walking would probably have gotten you there. Really tough for Mike Mark, but that's the starting awakening that was chosen after all. Defensive Tofu Fortress not looking too solid as Mike Mark does the Asher game plan, walk to midline and primary, shoot to the top side. Not quite enough here, but too soon. Open net. The Dubu's not going to have a good time defending this one.
Yeah, I personally haven't been able to see any situation where the Super Surge in of itself has been really strong for the Asher. It's just been kind of a bit of misplaced, but immediately a double KO. It's Grand Attack almost getting it. Tuna staying up. Nearly holding it down despite all the odds.
That was a little bit of fumbling from Grand Attack and Too Soon, because I think Too Soon, if you've noticed how they're playing against Sioni's Blade, they're not quite playing correctly, right? Instead of just hitting it out, they're kind of waiting and trying to log, but then that just loses to the Oni's Blade. But other than that, I think their strike discipline was really good there. Almost held on all the way, but in the end, it was a 2v1, so the passing play was a little bit simple. And with both barriers down, Chikara Redemption might have a chance to take a set of their own and maybe scale.
For sure. I mean, there's still sparks that are left in the game, so we're going to have to see where that goes on. But it's looking very strong in Grand Attack with the Zentaro primary. Gets it right through Too Soon.
Exactly what Chikara Redemption needed. They head onto a draft. Maybe they pick up something good for perfect curves. A lot more speed would be nice, and Chrono Boost indeed arrives. Rough on the sparks though, because 2 were already in the same draft last time and 2 are here in this draft, so the max sparks anyone can get is 2. But that hot shot's also what I'm looking at for the Estelle perhaps, because that core speed's going to make it so much easier to get around Mike Mart.
Yeah. I'm also... it would have been interesting to see if Oxblood went for the ad rush, because as we kind of noted throughout the entire match, they've been having a lot of KO pressure the entire time. If they can like focus that, they can make that an entire win condition.
Yep, and peak performance being passed up is a little bit rough. Grand Attack really had a choice there, right? It was either the peak performance or the spark of focus. Went for the cooldowns instead of the speed, and now is just pursuing everything. But Knight is in there, double barrier with a single whiplash, and this point might be over already. Tofu Fortress to block off so much of the map, but Knight's taking so much chip damage from the path splitter, and now it's perfect curves and Grand Attack's turn, looking for a double barrier, but it goes around the world.
Perfect curves popping the black hole, causing Knight to get KO'd.
Yeah, that KO was huge, creating this massive power play. Too soon. Doesn't even need a cooldown. Deflects the flip with the strike and the log follow-up just in case. Lalace with the snipe, but Mike Mart, very good vertical clear. Not panicking, not sending it forward. And now looking for another clear here, but Lalace seems very familiar with Oni's Blade, but so much chip damage. They got blown up.
Now Lalace is going to be becoming a target attack, but Knight manages to sneak it right through Night Market to Mike Mark.
That's crazy, actually. Mike Mart is, Night Market is next up. Mike Mart and Night Market is guaranteed in this series. And that was weird too, right? Because Mike Mart did put the primary out, but did Mike Mart strike first, actually, instead of just primary? That could have been...
Yeah, I think it had to do with the angle of the primary. It was a bit more parallel to kind of what it needed to defend, not perpendicular.
Well, Knight now in a tough spot, got blown up by the path splitter. Lale still has a hot shot. Oh, really good catch by Mike Mart at the last second, just scooping up the core and making sure that it isn't taken there. A good dash as well, point blank, making sure that Lalace can't get in there. The hot shot maintaining possession for Lalace, building up a lot of energy with the catalyst, and a great strike by Knight around all of the defense coming out from Chikara Redemption. Pass down to Lalace, dribbling forward, looking for the primary, and Knight with another strike. Seraphim Moxblood 1 goal away now.
Yeah, it's looking very rough for Chikara Redemption as of right now. There's damage, there's pressure. I mean, Oxblood is not letting any breathing room for Chikara Redemption.
Going for something on the bottom side now. Knight taking a lot of damage, so is Lalace. Doesn't die though, but gets flipped away by Grand Attack, but that resource being burned is very, very important. No flip available for the Zentaro for a while longer, and Knight is still looking relatively healthy, but a great Giga Blast will take one barrier setup for the second. Not quite achieved, but still a very, very even point here.
Great Attack accidentally hitting the black hole, causing perfect curves to die.
Is so bad, right? Now the power play is in the hands of Seraphim Oxblood. The barrier is down, and with Knight having so many goals so far, it's looking like a secured game. If Knight can find one more opening, Flawless can find a follow-up. Good dash by Mike Mart. The panic strikes are fine. The reduced strike cooldown from Asher coming in clutch there for Mike Mart, who somehow holds it down in the top corner, but now Lales comes in. The path splitter is enough. Jakar Redemption are somehow holding on.
Both barriers are down, both sides. It's overtime. Anything can be happening right now.
Grand Attack, too soon, has the strike there, but the bounce is created by perfect curves into the Oni's blade. Not even the Oni's blade, actually, that was just cosmetic. A great snipe by perfect curves to keep Jakar Redemption in the game, and most importantly, right, Mike Martin in the top corner finds every single strike necessary to save the game.
They might have both barriers down. It might be last point. But, I mean, Jakar Redemption is not going to go down without a fight at the very least. I think it's very possible for them to be making a comeback at this point.
Uh-oh.
Commentator's curse.
That was a brutal commentator's curse because they were playing so well, but as soon as you started saying that, Mike Mart missed, the flip came through, and then it just got hit in, and Seraphim Oxblood, again, like, although Jakar Redemption had flashes of brilliance, Seraphim Oxblood was a very consistent team, right?
Right. Well, one thing I'm gonna be curious is instead of the Atlas ban coming for Jakar Redemption, we actually get to see them actually pick the Atlas, because as you saw, I mean, there's a lot of damage going on to them themselves that match. So if they can actually get some healing or some sustainability around that, actually might help them go into the next point or next set. Match? What's the term?
Match, I guess? Yeah, Omega Strikers terms suck. Like, set for each like group of rounds, but like you're supposed to call the best of 3 a set. So that gets mixed up, and then apparently every point is supposed to be called a game in Omega Strikers terms.
Wait,
but
what?
no one does that because it's dumb.
Huh.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Well, heading on to the next game, it is on Mike Mart's map, the night market. Any big thoughts on how these teams will play it out? Of course, you already mentioned, right? If the sides are swapped, the Atlas not having to be banned, picked instead. What do you think about that?
I'm not too sure. I'm gonna have to see. I've gotta assume that it's gonna have to do a lot with you know, the starting way things, but midfield is gonna definitely be different on that map. Damage is definitely also played a little bit differently on Night Market, where on Atlas's lab you can have the black hole assist you for damage and plays and such, but Night Market you kind of have to do it yourself. But at the same time, it's always a lot more cramped. So we'll have to see how the teams adapt to that change in play style.
Well, heading on to the next game, Night Market, we could see the Stargate Awakening is actually on the screen. And it is Spark of Agility, Timeless Creator. How do you think that will change up this matchup?
That's definitely gonna be interesting. I mean, we saw both kind of like creation goalies, and what was the first awakening?
Spark of Agility, Timeless Creator.
Spark of Agility, yeah. So Spark of Agility's we're definitely gonna get to see some spark scaling, and it's gonna be interesting to see who kind of gets to run the monopoly on that. If one team starts winning the entire things flat out at the start, it's gonna be a lot easier for them to secure their victory using that spark scaling as a nice safety net.
Yep. Oh, Redemption bans Atlas again, actually. That's interesting. I feel like they could have just picked it away, right?
Yeah, like, especially with like just how much they almost looked like they need to the healing, but Maybe Mike Mark doesn't play Atlas.
I think he
Alright.
does though, which is the weird thing. Maybe they're gonna try to deny the Dubu instead. That looks to be the
That's
plan.
always the weird thing to me about melee goalie denies, because most of the characters, most strike players can just go from one melee goalie to the next, or there's always another one for them to go to.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like Mike Mart is hovering the Dubu, but that could be stolen away too, right? With the 2 picks on the side of Oxblood. If they're the ones who just joinked the Dubu, then I think, well, I think Too Soon's pretty happy with that, but instead they just go Asher Estelle, and that could be a forward Asher. Not quite sure what's going to be the preference here, but Juliet Kai, definitely a good night market comp if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, especially Juliet, you get a lot of pressure playing on the edge. Just kind of, you know, there's that Juliet flowchart that I've seen floating around every now and then of stand around, look for kills, grab the speed gate, go look for kills, grab speed gate, look for kills.
I do like how Seraphim Oxblood does have the Mako though. You talked about melee goalies being interchangeable, but Mako in particular enables a lot more speed, especially for this Asher here. And with a spark of agility on all of them, this speed advantage might just be what determines this game.
Yeah, I mean, you see everyone but Night Mart. Man, the tongue twisters are out today.
There's some very funny names in terms of tongue twisting, right? Because Too Soon is also like just like a name, you know, and La Lace, not the easiest name to say. Honestly, a very tricky game in terms of name matchups, but so far La Lace and Too Soon are keeping one barrier alive, and they get the KO, and this point is looking all Seraphim Oxblood.
Yeah. Perhaps if Grand Attack can get some early KOs in, that they might be able to kind of stop the damage that Oxblood has been able to do. But with that, Knight just manages to get through Night Mark. I mean, Log is just an ability that works half the time, it feels, you know?
Yeah, Asher abilities have been fixed to work a little too reliably, while Dubu might still be a little broken, so we'll just have to see how it goes in that forward goalie matchup. But so far, Mike Bart, I like how he's stepping up to the midline, because that is where you get that forward pressure with the Dubu pick. And look at that, Grand Attack gets it done. Looking for the flip steal as well, unsuccessful in that, but it's still 2 barriers to none as Chikara Redemption in the lead. Good strikes by Mike Mar. The flip goes wide, but the barrier still stands on the bottom side. Grand Attack with the dribbles to the bottom, trying to set up with Mike Mar. KO through the Tofu Fortress. What?
I mean, as we said, Dubu he's a funny character, for very inconsistent, but leads to a lot of funny moments.
Knight is back. Lales finds the clear. Pass down from perfect curves gets interrupted as Grand Attack setting up a dash punch. Like it is inevitable, right? Grand Attack's going to be looking for a dash punch here. But a really good hits done by Too Soon. You can blast barely wide. Defense is so good from Seraphim Oxblood, as now Knight gets a chance, but good defense from Mike Mar on the other side. Night Market looking to be a bit of a chaotic map so far, as Lales has a flip in the corner, immediately deflected away though. And now Too Soon in the open net's in a lot of trouble, but Strike Wars one in the midfield. Tofu Fortress solid this time. Gets it done yet again, but Grand Attack dash punch and Too Soon. A little bit too late on that strike, unfortunately.
Yeah, one thing I'm not noticing too much is there's not a lot of times where the Mako speed boost is out there helping the team apply their pressure and just being and keeping control. So it'll be interesting to see how that is used throughout. But the cage comes out and allows a KO to happen.
Yeah, Too Soon isn't really using it as like a speed buff, right? He's using it more as another defensive ability. But on Night Market, I think that holding it for the team is so important. And I think that Seraphim Oxblood could be pushing even more of an advantage here. Like, Too Soon's playing pretty well defensively overall, but if they could enable Knight a little more, I think they could win these points a lot quicker.
Yeah. Going in, a lot of flips on the table. Knight comes in and gets that flip right off Mike Mart. Just immediately, can we see a conversion? Flip coming out. Cage, perfect cage from Too Soon. Gets the barrier, but Mike Mark is back up.
Oh, bit of a, oh no, miscommunication. Mike Mart and Perfect Curve. They didn't know who was going to strike the core there. That means Mike Mart has to linger behind. Knight gets a clean dash through. And Seraphim Oxblood, once again, the teamwork coming through. Chikara Redemption, not quite communicating in that one.
Another interesting thing you'll see on kickoff is both Lawlace and Knight are starting very close towards the center. Both of them trying to seemingly get that speed gate immediately on kickoff.
Big KO, though, does mean that Chikara Redemption might have a chance to press the advantage here. They need to find a passing play to Tofu Fortress. Will send it forward. Perfect Curves pushing forward with the barrage as well. A Strike War win from Grand Attack as Lawlace gets one back. But one barrier down. Grand Attack with the dash strike war against Too Soon. It's tied up and we're at 0.5 already.
Yeah, definitely a lot more back and forth here. You'll see times where Oxblood is getting KO and converting it, or Chikara Redemption is getting KO and converting it. It kind of always seems down to who kind of starts out the round KOing.
They got to be really careful because both Asher and Julia can dash punch. Good strike war by Too Soon. Make sure the barrier stays standing, but that's a flip available. Good defense again with the primary. And Knight and Lawlace are capitalizing on the other end. Pass splitter in. Good defense by Mike Mart as Too Soon might have overextended a little bit, but somehow manages to defend Grand Attack, who was in front of the Mako, and snipes it away as well. Too Soon is just completely outplaying as the goalie. Amazing cage as well. Slows down Grand Attack so much. Stalls out the barrage, flips it away. Too Soon is just outplaying so hard right now.
I'm going to need to get a replay on that Too Soon clip because I just was so confused about that, but Knight manages to primary it through, wins the interaction against Mike Mart, and we're going into draft 1.
It's just a Too Soon diff. Like, that entire point, it was Too Soon winning every single interaction. And now they're rewarded with a scary awakening draft. Let's be real. Like, 1-2 punch on the board, denied away immediately, but there's so much. Like, Prize Fighter, Catalyst, Hotshot. This draft is guaranteed to make this game so scary to deal with. And Too Soon, don't you dare take Cast the Last. Okay, good. Ego's Catalyst, double energy. I like that.
Yeah, energy monopoly is definitely gonna be strong, but you are gonna see a super surge on the Kai, so a bit of crazy mobility to kind of work against the possible buff that Mako will be giving out.
Also, in the draft, no sparks, right? A little bit lonely of a draft there. As a spark of agility will just have to stay alone. But right now, Knight, that 1-2 punch is really putting this Asher in the lead. And that awakening on the Juliet, Prize Fighters become useless now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, Prize Fighter, it's feast or famine, but looks like it's feasting up a little bit.
Yeah, no longer completely famine here as Grand Attack gets back to that one stack. Looking for a dribbling play off the center. Is Perfect Curves, but a good clear by Too Soon as Mike Mart pushes forward. Too Soon not panicking, hitting it to the top side yet again as Knight and Lawlace converge. Overroll by Mike Mart, unfortunately. The shadow of Steffi appearing. Another flip available as Too Soon waits out everything, and Knight sends it around the Tofu Fortress. If Lawlace can win a strike war here, that'd be huge, but I think they'll take erasing that Prize Fighter stack right back from Grand Attack, and once again, it is Seraphim Oxblood who are in the lead.
Yeah, this match is definitely going to become an interesting one if Adrenaline Rush ever shows up in the draft.
Yeah, it really will.
KOs just keep happening back and forth, back and forth. I mean, just look at Knight dominating Chikara Redemption, showing no mercy. I don't care if you're Dubu, I don't care if you're Juliet, goalie, scorer, it does not matter. You are Knight's prey. And Lalias managing to get that goal in just as the Dubu is down.
And Lawlace still has a flip, right? That is a ton of meter on the board for Seraphim Oxblood, while on the other hand, Chikara Redemption, Perfect Curve still needs to work on one, but it's going to be a little tough.
One thing I always find interesting is teams that actually look at running Mag Souls on their midfield, which you've seen Lalias do both times. And especially on a night market where playing around the middle, playing with that with the speed gate, you're just gonna double up on that speed so much.
Oh, and I just remembered how to pronounce Leylace. It's Leylace. It's not Lalace. It's not Lailas. Like, we're both wrong. I was reminded of this last week and I completely forgot. It's Leylace, which is crazy though. Like, names are so difficult in Omega Strikers. Remember when everyone called Kainu Kinu?
Yeah, this is times have changed for sure. I mean, new OS rule is gonna be you can only put your usernames in its phonetic spelling.
Well, first of all, we need to implement the rule where we ban people naming themselves like bands of another player, because that's the real problem we're facing. But Chikara Redemption facing a very real problem of Knight and Leylace. Oh, I did it again. It's Leylace. Knight and Leylace in their face, but Grand Attack pushing forward on the attack yet again. Knight building up so much energy though. Leylace looking to interrupt and wins the Strike War versus Grand Attack. Too soon, backing up way too much though. Out of position, but still winning every single Strike War to save the day.
I mean, Knight just has the number on winning against Mike Mark's logs. There's been so many times where just like Knight just knows how to play around the ability perfectly, or knows how to just make the Dubu log not even work.
Yeah, really good at hitting it around. Leylace on the other hand, buying a ton of open space and winning Strike Wars. Like, Seraphim Oxblood has won like 70% of all the Strike Wars in this game, it feels like. They just have the discipline, they have the patience, and they have the pressing the button at the right time. But right there, perfect curves. Gets 2 barriers in an instant. Evades though, could be a target for Knight on the KO, but Leylace, what a snipe, what a conversion onto 2 barriers. And despite the lead for Chikara Redemption for a moment, it's Seraphim Oxblood once again who are in the lead, hitting around perfect curves. A slow passing play to finish it off, and they take the second set as well.
Yeah, I mean, Knight might be the brawler in the score, but Leylace is also getting, I feel like, almost just an equal amount of goals. They're just working really well together and getting around that Doo, which is honestly really strong to be able to do, because it's hard to get through him, but to get around him, there's a lot more options available.
My eyes are on that team player. That would be huge on Too Soon. Goes for the missile prop instead, denies the Dubu, but that means that Mike Mart might have the core speed to get out of those sticky situations, but Spark falls all the way down.
Yeah, and there's the ad rush I mentioned earlier, but it gets completely passed off. But we are looking at Knife's Edge on Knight, so that's gonna lead to a lot more dash punches, a lot more KOs. I'm just on that. I mean, look at that. Perfect Curves is already down half their health, already staggered. Easy prey.
Oh, the long-range missile prop on that ensnared drums just caught Mike Mart off guard for the bottom barrier, and Knight converts onto the KO. Knight has a crazy Juliet build on this Asher here, and of course the dash punch capability on the Asher is also something to always be aware of. The passing play looking good from Oxblood. The Grand Attack strikes back, finds a KO, and barrier as well on the other side. Good defense by Too Soon for the moment, but taking a lot of damage as Knight defends, has the flip available, and will send it around the world to stall out the game for a little bit. Knight continuing to defend in the middle with the speed gate. Knight doing everything while Leylace was away, and Too Soon now building up a ton of meter as well, but the ensnared drums goes wide, and finally Perfect Curves will win the biggest Strike War to score the goal.
For sure, that was a Strike War to just a major win for Curves right there. I always get a little confused about this kickoff though that I keep seeing from Seraphim and Oxblood. It's one thing for one brawler to be up there in the middle to get the speed gate, but both of them are starting out in the middle, which really kind of leaves a lot of open space for the other side, or both sides, honestly.
Yeah,
because only one of them can grab it.
It's really strange, but it ends up working, which is also very strange. Leylace is taking a lot of damage Too Soon as well as the core drifts up to the top side, but Leylace is there, and the Juliet taken out in the goal box of Oxblood, and that Tofu Fortress proving to be a bit of an obstacle. Mike Mart though saving it, sending it around Leylace, and making it so that it's a crazy save for Chikara Redemption. Perfect Curves has the time to take the barrier on the other side. Knight though looking to convert. Leylace on the top side with the snipe will take out the goalie and make sure that Chikara Redemption can't go out to a bit of a lead here.
I think the most interesting thing about that Mako cage was it actually ended up saving the goal. If you looked closely, you could see it bounce off the back of it, which allowed it to be saved.
Yeah, that was a little goofy, but in the end, Seraphim Oxblood still managed to stay standing stay in the lead here. Grand attack though, dash punch, enough range too soon. Hasn't been the most crisp with the angles, but when it comes to the strike war itself has been very, very good. We'll have to see if they can do it again here. Instead of drums in front of the net, a flip away from too soon. Lele's goes down, but the goal is still saved and a barrier earned on the other side. And Knight has defended these before. Too soon though. Oh, the core just out of reach. That feels so bad.
I mean, it's looking like Chikara Redemption might be able to start making their comeback right here. It's I mean, they're staying strong. Grand Attack's finding those KOs. They're putting up that pressure. I mean, it could be that team player just allowing a lot more possession, like easier passing and possession between all members.
Definitely could be, but so far too soon. Warding off the offensive attempt from Grand Attack pretty cleanly. A good strike war win again in the midfield from Lele's. And too soon hitting around the Kai, but perfect curves hitting around right back. Good strike by too soon as Knight tries to assassinate Mike Mar. Unsuccessful though, and Grand Attack has flip available. This could be the set over right here, punching it forward, but a good clear by too soon will send it away. And too soon building a flip as well. Knight finding the barrier. Seraphim Moxblood right back in it with the strike shot available. Too soon continuing to push forward as Mike Mart finds the defense, but Knight with the pass splitter locks up the entire bottom side. A good strike by Perfect Curves, and rushing forward is Perfect Curves, but it's still such a tough spot for Chikara Redemption until that KO comes through. Too soon flips it away, but that's a team player Dubu sending the core right back to Grand Attack. Too soon now is going to have to be really confident on the strikes, but a good punch by Grand Attack will make sure the goalie can't get there in time, and Chikara Redemption might be their way back into the game.
For sure. I'm curious if we're going to be able to see the third spark come out for Lele's. Or Lele's? Lele's. Looks like no sparks to be seen, but Fight or Flight and Stagger Striker are to be found. Very strong awakening serve, not only just staying alive, but for just keeping that speed up, just keeping possession, and just having overall presence.
I'm so surprised Knight didn't go for Fight or Flight. That is like by far and away the pick to go for there, but didn't go for it. I do like the aerials on too soon though. If they can start speeding up the team, I think that can really keep up the pace. But Fight or Flight on Grand Attack being gifted one of the strongest awakenings in the game, if not the strongest, like that is scary.
For sure. I mean, just like Fight or Flight's so strong, but I mean, an immediate KO on Perfect Curves to start out.
And they can't even get the barrier afterwards. They do find a top barrier in the end, but they gotta be so careful of Grand Attack. That guy can move, that guy can find the dash punches. And right now, that cooldown is down from too soon. Good defense from Knight as well, but they don't get the barrier on the other side quite yet. But a good strike war by Lele's, keeping it under possession. Lele's is winning every strike war against Perfect Curves. Perfect Curves, you're pre-striking too much there, but still gets it forward in the end. The barrier still stands in the end for Chikara Redemption. As Too Soon's walking up with the Egoist. Watch out! Unsuccessful! Good thing they get the Incinerator Drums out, but it's still looking dire for them as the goalie goes down. But the stall out is there. The pass splitter sends it forward, and the respawn just 3 seconds away.
I mean, just Oxblood is doing a tremendous job despite their goalie being down. They are still able to keep up most of the defense. However, Grand Attack able to get that last barrier down using the flip. But Knight getting that last barrier. It's A1's game. Overtime. Lele's gets it immediately in with the piercing shot. Still has a flip though, so very strong advantage going into next point.
Yeah, and once again, Lele's is winning every strike war. I think Perfect Curves is just rushing them too much, is pre-striking too much. And that's making it very easy for Lele's in the midfield. Same with Mike Mart, right? The pre-roll coming in as well. So Chikara Redemption, I think they're feeling the nerves. It is winner's final after all, and Mike Mart goes down. It's Seraphim Moxblood's time to strike. Looking for the goal here, and will find it. One goal away are Seraphim Moxblood from getting into winner's side of Grands.
I mean, speaking of nerves, I mean, I don't think there's anything more scary than seeing your goalie go down. It's terrifying because that's a lot. Everyone has to fall back. It's like everyone's immediately out of position. But almost immediately a double barrier for Grand Attack, but just gets saved by Too Soon's core flip.
Last second flip from Too Soon as Lele's pushes forward. Crystal Thorns is enough, and Knight puts enough pressure down for the piercing shot to convert. Open net now. Seraphim Moxblood one shot away from the winner side here. One shot away from getting it done and finishing off this set. All it takes is one opportunity as Too Soon is stuffing away so many opportunities, but no flip coming out. A lot of greed coming out from Knight, actually. That might come back to bite them because that was survivable if you just use your flip.
I mean, Grant's still looking low, so it's still very much able to be turned around by Oxblood, as almost any attack can get Grant KO'd.
They're burning so many cooldowns, trying to get Grant though, and the core drifts around. They do convert, but the barriers fall. Perfect curves. Your chance to be the hero with one good snipe. Oh, but the Giga Blast isn't quite enough. Too Soon. We'll send it away, and the sheer core speed will secure it. Seraphim Moxblood 2-0 will be the team. Moving on to Grants on winner's side.
I mean, that was a match for sure. I mean, that was very night market like, where you just see people getting dash punched left and right, people going for that middle, just that speed. If I were to describe night market in a match, that this will be probably one of the matches I point to.
Yep, and well done, Seraphim Moxblood, for really just looking good, right? Like, this team just looked good. They just look fundamentally good as a team, and well, they, I think, will just be the favorites to take it all here. They get the winner side bonus now. They get a whole 2 sets of Grants to play with. I mean, they're just playing exactly as well as they need to.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking at stats as well, you can see just kind of edging over on the end of KOs, where Oxblood was able to get, let's do some quick math, 8 versus 13. That's 5 more KOs coming in from Oxblood. To kind of show a little bit more of that pressure that they're putting on with the damage, and just kind of, I mean, they're able to definitely take a good amount of advantage whenever they had those power plays.
Right, but before we get to the next game, we're going to go to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bit of a big matchup on our hands right now. It's the loser semi. We Love Dubu versus Seraphim Crimson. And Seraphim Crimson's a team that's been chasing this top 3 for so long. It's going to take a while here because it's a best of 3. They'll have to win 2 out of 3. Do you think they could do it?
I mean, I think that they got the determination, and I think it's definitely, at the very least, it's gonna be a very close match. Because I mean, both teams, as we've seen, have been doing pretty well this series so far. Both 5-1, both looking strong. I mean, we got some veterans out here, so yeah, we're gonna see if the vets can show them. I mean, they don't make them like they used to, you know?
Yeah, but Meowsie's been around for quite a while as well. So We Love Dubu, no strangers to getting it done. Or maybe not getting it done because these guys haven't graduated yet. Yo. Get it done. Win here and graduate, lose here and don't.
Who is the goalie on We Love Dubu?
I believe it's Junk Dogma.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, that's not a player I have too much information on. Of course, when you think of We Love Dubu, you probably just think of Meowsie as the main player. Seraphim Crimson, on the other hand, they've been around for so long that I think people are familiar with all 3 of these players. That's an Estelle goalie and Mako forward, most likely, and Rasmus midfield.
You are exactly correct. You might want to go gambling after this.
Well, it's no gambling when it's Seraphim Crimson, you know? They're like predictably weird.
Well, that's a saying to say. There's no gambling for Seraphim Crimson. I think that just goes to show how much trust you got in them.
Oh, well, I don't necessarily trust them to like just win, you know? Like, I just trust that they'll be predictable. And unfortunately, Malachi going down very early is tough. But if there's one thing that this Rasmus can do, it's really disrupt the front lines, and that's what Tafonk is doing right now. But once again, Agnes instantly killing Masked Malachi, but the barrier still stands and went around the backside of the Sad Boys angle.
I mean, it might be big fish start, but I don't think Agnes cares. They are KOing and they are hungry Luma. One after the other, I mean, Seraphim Crimson just keeps going down, but they're still holding on, as strong as ever.
Oh, and a big Strike War win versus 2 by Yugo. Agnes and Meowsie kind of greeted there. If they just flipped for the barrier, this point would be over by now, but they're just farming KOs. That's like the 4th one so far, right? And they finally get the barrier.
So. I've lost track.
And there we go. But Yugo will get revenge at the very end. with the blink. That was really funny, actually.
Yeah. Maybe a little mental reset for Seraphim Crimson. Maybe getting themselves back together, they'll be able to get some ground going, because once you kind of lose a striker, you can kind of then just focus the next one. So getting back up, let's see if they get back stronger than ever.
I do not like this comp from Seraphim Crimson in this game, though. Like, this game especially, I feel like Mako forward just loses the Kai matchup. And that's really bad, because usually Kai goalie like has to sacrifice the matchup itself for having that forward presence, for having the speed. But I feel like Kai just wins that 1v1 versus the brawler. Malachi deflecting in the middle for the moment, but again, Agnes has been killing over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, Kai's also one of the few characters in the game with a primary that's capable of defending against that Mako ult. That cage is such a hard thing to defend for most goalies, but if you can get that barrage on, you can get all the hits you need to break out of there.
Yeah, they might need to rotate a little bit to have Tafonk challenged a little bit more offensively immediately, but right now the chaos is being created by Agnes and We Love Dubu. The damage pressure is looking dominant despite the big fish start. Seraphim Crimson on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, if we can see some better pressure from Seraphim Crimson, maybe there'll be a bit more panic from We Love Dubu and kind of tone down a bit of that damage. But I'm having a hard time seeing Agnes falter in any of their confidence from here on out.
And the big thing is Crimson isn't playing confidently. Malachi needs to be confident enough to push forward and really play to the strengths of the Mako, and is doing so right now. Almost gets the outplay, but the ensnare drums go wide. If Malachi's forced to midfield and forced to defend, that's when this comp falls apart even more, and they need to get the core forward before that happens. And that's what they do. The barrier still stands, and Malachi now maybe in a 1v1, but again, so difficult. And Magnus finding another KO. A great defense by Junk Dogma. Gets the clutch Giga Blast and the clutch flip away, and Yugo now in a ton of trouble.
I'm curious to wonder if part of the reason why so much damage is able to actually happen in the first place is because of the increased size of Big Fish. I mean, it can kind of just make you a bigger target in general, so that stagger, it doesn't necessarily offset how much more damage you might actually end up taking from having Big Fish.
Yeah, it's usually like kind of fake, but I think in the case of Luna in particular, it's kind of real because it's a lot easier to hit the dash punches on Luna onto a bigger target. And kind of predictably, right? I think no one's surprised at Agnes's first pick, and oh no.
Oh no. This is one of the scariest things anyone can ever see. A Luna getting Deadeye with no challenge, but on the bright side for Seraphim Crimson, now I will leave Missile Prop and Adrenaline Rush off the table for the future.
No, Yugo went Missile Prop. Why? There were two better awakenings than Missile Prop on the board, and one of them was absolutely the Unstoppable. There's one awakening that Luna hates the most, and it is Unstoppable, and that awakening beyond anyone on Seraphim Crimson would have been so good for them.
Not to mention, going on to Meowsy, having a brawler with Unstoppable can help in so many opportunities, because a lot of times that you're being stopped by hit stun, but without any hit stun, goalies are gonna have a lot harder time defending against you.
It's gonna be so tough here to fight against Meowsy. Again, Rasmus Estelle on the defense, right? This is like if you were playing Asher goalie against Rasmus Estelle forward, but in the reverse. Meowsy's gonna thrive here. So far though, good defense from Yugo. The strikes so far are on point, but while that's happening, Tafonk is dying, and the upside for Seraphim Crimson is not looking to be here, as they just don't have the presence on the field.
Almost gets it. Master Malachi almost gets that last barrier with the cage. However, Kai is able to get that slightly off. Agnes, though, is just barely missing a dash punch. Maybe the Seraphim Crimson can make a lot of use out of that downtime for the cooldowns.
Perhaps, but it's going to be difficult for Yugo here. Does find a good strike time to get it past Meowsy, though, but needs to be more offensive, right? This is eject. Estelle is only playing defensively right now, and eventually you'll lose the point. Like, Yugo's playing amazing defense, don't get me wrong, but like, defense alone doesn't win you the game here.
I mean, I will say though, it seems like the team's getting more and more aware of Agnes's attempts to KO them. Just earlier, you see Yugo actually managed to evade a KO from Agnes. So if they can keep their awareness up, that might prevent them from losing a lot from the Luna.
Agnes is so aware though of every single offensive cooldown, takes a whole chunk of damage, but evading through most of the initial burst. That could have been Agnes going down, but it's like not even close now because of the good elusives coming in. Malachi almost got KO'd from half. That guy was mid-screen and almost got KO'd. The Deadeye Luna going crazy.
I mean, they're still not safe though. All that stagger is just completely gone, and I mean, Meowsy denying them that orb, still at low health. I mean, a Luna ability is gonna be coming out at any moment right now. No evade either.
Oh, good primary by Yugo though. Gets one barrier on the other side. Maybe something for Seraphim Crimson as they head on further. Two barriers down to Fonk. Yugo looking for a dribbling play is to Fonk, but Agnes has so much meter available, and once again, it is a midfield difference from We Love Do Boo, as they just have the core control, they have the damage, they have everything they need.
I mean, if you just look over at what We Love Do Boo was able to get, they were able to get that Chrono Boost on that Kai, the Unstop on Estelle, Dead on Luna, where it's just like Seraphim Crimson just kind of looks like they got the leftovers of the meal, you know? Like, not too much crazy on any of their characters. Another
KO found again. Malachi going down, but this time both barriers falling maybe a chance for Defonk and Yugo to snipe something here from Meowsy. Oh, really good save by Yugo. Really good angle to save it away. And Yugo has had a lot of those really good saves, but again, like, Yugo saves it 30 times and then eventually it's scored in by Meowsy anyway, is the story of this game. So we might see that again here as a good wait by Junk Dogma. Means that the barrier is taken on the other side, and now Yugo's in so much trouble. And once again, despite the hold, it is We Love Dubu getting another chance.
I'm curious as to how this draft goes, because there was a lot less damage available and actually some possible survivability options. But Knife's Edge, I think, might be a little scary, possibly.
You order Fight or Flight, right? The Luna secondary is going to come up so often, and the midfield control is going to be there as well. Stagger Swagger has to be picked by someone on Seraphim Crimson. They can't be passing it down because it's going to be denied. No, it's not denied. Wait a second. Malachi getting Stagger Swagger is huge here. As long as he doesn't get instantly bursted, I think Seraphim Crimson could find something. But again, better awakenings on We Love Dubu.
I mean, if we go back to the first set, though, a lot of KOs were just from the dash punch from the Luna. So it's definitely not out of the question that they just get bursted down.
Yeah, but again, like, We Love Dubu got the better awakenings yet again. Like, Fight or Flight just got passed down. Defonk didn't really get the value out of that draft at all. And Malachi getting Stagger Swagger is like the only win in that draft.
It's a win I think they'll take regardless, but 2 KOs, it's just history keeps repeating themselves. We love Dubu. I don't know if they love Dubu or if they love KOing, because it's just a massacre out here.
Yeah, and I think it's coming down to Seraphim Crimson again. Like, they feel like 3 individual players rather than a full team, and you kind of see that in the draft as well, right? Yugo's drafting very individually with the Twin Drive, trying to play to the win condition, but isn't getting offensive with the team. Maybe this is it, though. Defonk and Malachi, they stay alive this time. And if they stay alive, they might have a chance.
For sure. I mean, Dubu's, we love Dubu sending out their signature boos all over the place. But I mean, we just have to see if that Stagger Swagger is going to be able to carry their survivability, allow them to get that offensive pressure, and just finally get some conversion.
But again, Yugo needs to play offensively, needs to eject forward, needs to use that blink to help out Malachi in plays like these, because if you don't find the offense right now, it's eventually just going to go in. Shot to the top side, good strike roll by Yugo, but again, like, this is going to be another try by We Love Dubu. You need to score before they can line those up, and We Love Dubu, 1 goal away now.
Alright, We Love Dubu, and I think they're showing their love tonight. But love comes in many different forms. And I would not be a fan of receiving We Love Dubu's love.
Meowsy dribbling up, looking to close out this game as quickly as possible. Agnes with flip available, dashes in, sets up the flip, defended away by Yugo. Yet again, tries to send it forward, but the piercing shot doesn't quite connect. Good shot by Defonk, but interrupted by the black hole. Tragedy for Seraphim Crimson. The moment they got a chance, the map said no.
Yeah, I mean, what is the next map that we have coming on? Because I'm kind of hoping that we're going to get to see a bit more of an open map, or actually maybe a closed map will be nice to see, because it will kind of give the Luna less space to work with and kind of give them less KO opportunities and such. So we can kind of get a bit more survivability, less pressure from the Luna. I think that's just going to be kind of what's got to be necessary to kind of keep these matches from being one-sided.
Well, next map is Taiko Temple. So I'm not sure about Taiko Temple. I know that Seraphim Crimson likes it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's the pick they want to go for here, because I think that a similar game plan can just be piloted by We Love Dubu. Like, they could just like run back the same thing, and I think they would do well again.
I mean, although there's that drum in the middle, stops a lot of different flights from Luna, does it not?
Yes, but if you bounce off the middle, you take more damage, and the craters are just a little bit more effective as well. It's
Like the
weird.
middle does damage?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. Uh, so yeah, that's a lot more advantageous than I realized.
Yep.
I could also just possibly just see the Luna ban come out because, especially if there's a strong damage awakening, I think that's the first thing I'm looking to ban from Seraphim Crimson. Any thought? What are your other thoughts going into this next match? What do you expect to be banned? What do you expect to be taken?
I think a Luna ban could happen, especially because we love Dubu, our blue side here. And I think Seraphim Crimson made a big blunder going red side in that first game because they had side select and they opted for red, and that was catastrophic because it letting the Luna through, and now they can't do that either, right? Like,
yeah. Is it always alternating in OSAS, or is it loser pick?
I don't think it's ever been loser pick side in anything.
It's loser pick in CCL. That's where it is.
Well,
It's
okay,
loser pick.
well, like all of competitive Omega Strikers, you know, like emphasis on competitive.
All right. You don't have to play me like that.
Well, Taiko Temple. I kind of dodged your question, right? I'm not sure what the plan for Seraphim Crimson is.
Yeah. It's always a bit of a quirky map. You get to see some weird, like Dibu Ford that's kind of the home of it, and we love Dibu. Is that what they tend to run on it? 'Cause I think I might have seen that last time.
Asher is a really good pick on Taiko Temple, right? So that could just be like
Yes.
straight up priority coming out from We Love Dubu. They can be like, oh, you could have Luna, like we don't care, and that's a very viable strategy for them because I think Malachi has played Asher in the past as well, but the main issue is, of course, the fact that We Love Dubu has blue side here and gets that first pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's either you gotta pick what are you more scared of? An Asher coming in, applying all that corner pressure that's so prevalent on Taiko, or are you just gonna have to deny that Luna that just kind of terrorized you, gave you PTSD?
Yep. Well, we'll see the awakenings real quick here. We'll have to see what is the selection.
Big Fish and Monumentalists? Oh, that was last draft.
Team player 1-2 punch. Oh no.
Oh no.
That's a little scary, isn't it? Damage in particular, but also the capability of maybe Juno coming out, and you know how strong Juno is in OSAS.
Yeah. Oh, everywhere I go, I see her face.
Juno might be on the table here, but again, I think the focus is on the Asher, on the Luna. Those two picks could definitely shape how this game is played, depending on how they go in the first pick and the second pick, perhaps. And Meowsie's team, We Love Dubu, they will ban the X away quite quickly. Seraphim Crimson's draft strategy is something that I think will determine this game, and I'm so scared as to what's going to happen because this game might be decided in the character select. I don't know, Tiger. And Luna's banned, so what are your predictions going into this game?
I mean, I almost kind of want to bet that I'm going to be seeing a Dibu forward here. I'm almost willing to bet money on that. But I'm not too familiar with all of Agnes's picks if we're gonna what we're gonna see them go into, but I'm gonna be suspecting that damage is gonna be a strong decider of who wins this match. Team player might be really strong for core control, but if everyone goes 1-2, it's really, really tough.
All right, well, We are ready to head in here. And it's going to be Taiko Temple 1-2 punch team player start. Oh, Seraphim Crimson need to win this one to keep their hopes of top 3 alive. It's going to be difficult though because, like we saw last game, it was overwhelmingly in the favor of We Love Dubu. We're loading in now, Tiger Slasher. This is going to be scary.
Yeah. I mean, I'm scared thinking about what's about to happen. I mean, what are the odds you think a Juliet is going to be coming out?
Definitely not non-existent because it's a 1-2 punch. Agnes already hovering the Juno, knowing that that's a big priority pick, and Asher first pick as predicted. Such a valuable selection here. They're from Crimson, importantly, right? They don't really play Juno. That's a big issue for them here because they didn't ban the Juno. They're probably not going to pick the Juno in the R1, R2. And that means Agnes is just going to get a 1-2 punch Juno for free unless they magically pick Juno. And this first pick Asher is so strong for We Love Dubu.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be betting where it's going to be most likely an easy team player on the Dubu, 1-2 on the Asher, 1-2 on the Juno if everything comes through.
On the other end, Seraphim Crimson. Anything crazy here? Anything to maybe bring this game in your favor? It's Mako Estelle. Okay, that's forward and goalie picks. Mako forward, Estelle goalie. And I don't know. I feel like Estelle goalie just like loses against Juno, no?
I mean, Estelle Juno is kind of like, I think it's kind of one of those more notorious matchups out there. But the Drek is a new pick that I haven't seen before in here.
I'm pretty sure Drek is Tafonk's most comfortable pick, but Tafonk has been recently just picking Rasmus instead, which also confuses me a bit. I think the Jakar will have a good showing, but again, the main concern is of that Juno, and Agnes is going to have a field day.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see the scars from last match where Master Malachi opted to actually go for Vicious Vambrace for the survivability.
Oh, and that's going to force Malachi to step up even further because if you don't step up, you just aren't in position to get the plays. Really awkward on Taiko Tempo, but Tafonk is pushing the core up quite reliably here, and they're getting past Junk Dogma. Again, like Mako versus Dubu is a lot more comfortable for the Mako compared to Mako versus Kai, so that could also just be the difference here.
For sure. I mean, you only really have your ult to kind of help defend against her cage, and it kind of leaves a lot to be desired. But I mean, We Love Dubu starting out again, getting that first goal.
Yeah, and that's tough too because Seraphim Crimson actually looked pretty good, right, in that first point. Like they were getting it done. They were getting a barrier. They were looking like they were dribbling forward quite well, but it all fell apart after one good shot from Agnes, and we might see that again here.
I will say I am a big fan of the actual Drek pick on this map. It's pretty rare, but there comes that cage coming in, getting immediately. But back to the Drek, it's actually pretty nice with the way that the shotgun covers almost the entire lane and can really help out in those midfield interactions.
Yeah, I think Tafonk's looking a lot better on the Drek than on the Rasmus, where unfortunately it's a lot harder to play that thick midfield compared to the Jakar. Hugo blinking in once again, solid on the defense as ever, but I think if Seraphim Crimson's going to win this, we need to see Hugo on the offense with that eject button. Good save once again. Tafonk taking a bunch of chip damage as Malachi tries to snipe out against Junk Dogma, but the chips coming in yet again. No Luna, no problem, as it's still KOs coming out.
Juno, people joke about it, but she does do damage, and you can't sleep on that. Like, if you keep getting hit by the slimes as you walk into the slimes, that's gonna be a lot of damage built up passively before you even know it.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Seraphim Crimson here. It looks like We Love Dubu are locked in. They're looking like a team that is scaling throughout the OSAS finale. And Tafonk desperately trying to find a bounce here, but Agnes once again, so much pressure with the Juno. Yugo sends it forward, but again, the midfield control is so difficult to keep.
Core is bouncing around all over the place, all fast. It's Taiko Temple. What else can I say? Core, this is one of the slowest Core maps ever.
Meowsy with a flip too, right? Eventually we'll get to Meowsy unless they find a KO here. But they find the barriers, maybe a chance. Interrupted though by Agnes and a flip available top side. And once again, Seraphim Crimson, they looked good, but they can't secure the point. They can't finish it off.
No, and I mean, anything, if we see a hot shot right here, that's going to be a concerning game, but it looks like we're going to be able to sleep a little safe. However, the fight or flight is going to be going down to Agnes.
Yeah, that fight or flight is scary as well. That Juno's going to be completely controlling the midfield. Agnes was already completely controlling the midfield, let's be clear, right? But even more so now, and now it's going to be so difficult to play for Seraphim Crimson. At least they get a castle last under the card to maybe slow down someone for a little bit longer. But this draft just is pretty awful for them.
Yeah, I will say, nice thing though for Yugo is they actually finally managed to get dash awakening on Estelle, which can really help her out actually move up and use that dash awakening.
But for that to be good, Yugo needs to push forward, right? Yugo's been doing short-range dashes, not really getting into play, but with a eject button, you need to get in there. You need to get some value out of it. And so far with the power play, Malachi and Tafong are getting value for themselves. But Yugo, like, this is the time where you need to blink in. You need to find something here.
For sure. It's just kind of like, you can move up. You can kind of block another exit. Let the forwards cover two, you cover the out. But almost we see a bit right there, and Tafong actually manages to get the barrier.
Malachi now, a chance on the other side, trying to find a strike through. Barrier beam from Meowsy, not quite getting it here. Malachi building up a lot of energy, almost has a flip available. A flip out from Junk Dogma though, and Yugo sends it forward, but another pass to Meowsy. A blink forward from Yugo, but gets stunned by the barrier beam. And We Love Dubu again. They're in trouble, and then they score, and they're out of it yet again.
I think if Yugo manages to use the dash more as a repositioning tool, they might be able to get a bit more clears out. Because if you're too predictable, Asher's just gonna catch it right in again, just like we saw from Meowsy.
Malachi forced on the defense yet again. Yugo and Tafong trying to maneuver a little bit towards the midline. One barrier taken, looking for two, but Meowsy wins the strike war and sends it forward. Tafong dribbling down, looking for an opening for Seraphim Crimson to maybe turn this game back in their favor. A good immediate flip will take the final barrier. And if they could find one offensive play, that could be enough to turn this game around. But the Tofu Fortress locks it down. At the flip expended from Yugo, a crazy bounce from Junk Dogma, and cleared away yet again with the log. We Love Dubu are holding on despite the deficit time after time again. And if they could hold on long enough, they could turn it around entirely.
It's just, no matter what, even with barriers down, Junk Dogma is doing a good job, but Caster's Curse right there as the red core manages to slip right by. And is that first point for Seraphim?
That might be. Maybe first, maybe second, but it's definitely not been a lot of goal scoring for Seraphim Crimson so far. They need to find a way to get it done. It's not looking too easy. It's not looking easy at all when Junk Dogma and Agnes are playing this midfield so well. Tafong's rushing forward. Malachi getting a free barrier but doesn't maintain possession. Yugo's there though, but again it goes into the hands of Meowsy. Seraphim Crimson need to be more involved in the play as both barriers fall. Excellently played by Meowsy in the corner and Junk Dogma to wall off everything there. Flip available for Malachi, a lot of meter for Tafong. But again, it's so difficult, but good barrier take there, good aim. But Agnes sends it away yet again. Yugo, good blink to send the core forwards, and Malachi winning the strike wars in the midfield. But again, it's stuffed to the bottom side, and now Meowsy approaches. It's defended for now. But Seraphim Crimson still in a ton of trouble with Agnes having flip.
One of the things I'm definitely loving to see from Junk Dogma is just the way that they're able to use their wall. They're not just using it defensively, but you find plenty of times where they're moving up and using it offensively. However, it seems like Seraphim Crimson is finding a bit of a way on how to get it just around Junk Dogma to get their 2 points this set.
Yeah, they got the points. They're looking for more now. A blink forward. Malachi looking for the dribbles here. Tefong pushing forward. Double barrier. Seraphim Crimson might have found what they needed, but Tefong goes down. They need to hold on. They need to keep this barrier alive. If Yuko cannot hold on, that could be this point turning the way of so many previous points. Oh, but Yuko tries to blink forward. Doesn't quite get it there, but needs to try some more because that is their way back into the game. Malachi around Meowsy, but Meowsy around Malachi. Tefong sends it forward. Finds the bounce off the center yet again, but it's not enough, and the side is completely walled off. Flip available. Agnes top side. The strike's not there in time. A flip to the top side. The slime actually helps defend for Tefong as it bounces all over the map. And Seraphim Crimson, they stay surviving for a little bit longer.
Honestly, though, I believe that's 2 KOs at this point that they've been managed to find. They're really helping up that pressure. But it seems like just they can't quite keep possession in a way that allows them to convert into a goal.
Yeah, it's all about the possession in Omega Strikers and Seraphim Crimson. It's slipping away from them a few too many times. A good snipe by Yugo. Almost an own goal by Junk Dogma. Has the flip though. And now Meowsy approaches Tefong looking for a dribbling play. Tofu Fortress though. Flip available, but Meowsy sneaks it right around and we're headed to a 5th point.
This is a close one. I mean, I think if Seraphim Crimson can manage to get this point, that's going to generate a lot of confidence and help a lot of momentum going into the next couple of sets.
Not going to be easy though. Yugo needs to find a way forward here. Needs to play up when the core is in the mess of so many players. 2 barriers still standing for both sides though, as Tefong snipes it forward. So much core speed actually out of the Xeno Cloak. That's a tool that they could use, but the midfield once again looking solid for We Love Dubu. If they can KO Meowsy, that would be huge here. They need to KO Meowsy. That's their way back into the game, but no, they're ignoring that guy.
Meowsy gets a orb and just manages to kind of get all their health back just immediately. And now it looks like Tefong is on the other end of the beating.
Almost taken out here. The barrier's taken though. Junk Dogma, a rare misstrike, but Yugo, rare misstrike as well. Might be a disaster for Seraphim Crimson as Malachi tries to find a dribbling play, but Meowsy, the dribbling play looking good. The Strike War mind game, Yugo wins it. But for how much longer can Yugo hold? Seraphim Crimson need to find some offense right now. And Tefong does it out of the Xeno Cloak.
I mean, over time with Xeno Cloak and that shotgun acceleration, that's a fast core. It's hard to react to, and just you can get a lot of angles based off that. But going into this next draft, there's a good amount of good awakenings. It's at the first appearance of that's Catalyst. I think Egoist will be available later down the line. We're getting a rapid fire Jakar, so that's going to be very strong, as Jakar already has a prime time built in, so very, very good synergy with him.
But this Juno is unleashed. Agnes picks up a Dash Awakening, has so much range to work with. Unstoppable though on Yugo is going to make it a lot easier to defend. And maybe this draft's going to be what Seraphim Crimson needs, but again, We Love Dubu didn't get bad Awakenings either, right? Like, you're happy with these.
I'd be so happy with Strike Shot and Extra Special on Dubu. Those walls, it's a win con almost in of itself to just kind of keep building that up. There's a lot of pressure that you can create by just keep placing those walls.
Long top side, but the slimes are coming in full force now. Dangerous spot as Agnes tries to rush forward. Tefong is covering quite well though. This Ricard pick coming online. But Meowsy is forcing it through the midfield. The Asher midfield, it feels like, all the way from back to front. The barrier taken with an open net. Agnes sniping it forward for Meowsy, and that dash range coming in clutch for We Love Dubu.
I mean, We Love Dubu, just showing that they know how to just keep up that forward pressure. And once they're very scary when they get up in your face.
Tofu Fortress as well, Extra Special making that so much more of a frequent occurrence. Yugo needs to confidently blink forward, but not there. And Malachi is just too immobile at this point. The core is just being sent around, and Meowsy's pushing forward, flipping a dangerous spot. Good timing by Tefong to send it away. But Meowsy will force it again through, flip available. That's the goal to the top side. And Seraphim Crimson, again, they're on the defense constantly. We Love Dubu, a midfield masterclass.
I mean, there's definitely been a change of pace going on Do you think that's a combination of the speed on the Asher, the more dual ults, Juno Dash? What do you think is making such a big difference in what these, the whole pace of this game?
I think you said it. It's a combination of everything here. And also, because Seraphim Crimson, they're not playing to the strengths of the compositions, right? The whole point of playing Eject Estelle is so that Hugo blinks forward to help on the offense and make it so that Malachi doesn't have to play midfield as much. But Malachi's stuck in the midfield, and that's another goal coming out from Meowsy with the KO. If you're Mako forward stuck in the midfield, you just can't get anything done.
No, I mean, she's just doesn't really have that hit from midfielding. No real mobility, and then like just kind of only close range abilities to kind of win interactions and on a decently long cooldown. We're looking at a deny for the E-list Catalyst though, all the way down at the bottom.
Yeah, it's awkward, but the perfect form pick is good as well. Missile prop on the Drakkar is good. But again, the rest of the draft is looking quite mid for the team. And Seraphim Crimson, I don't think they got what they needed. I think We Love Dubu have what they needed. They already had what they needed at the start of the game, and they're continuing to play to their win condition.
I mean, I think always the strongest contender is definitely Tefong. You got that rapid fire, you got that missile prop, team player, cast last. You got a lot of good things going on for that Drek. So maybe if you can use that and take advantage of that to help win the midfield, you can help change that pace of the game that we were seeing earlier.
Trying to find a little bit more here. Malachi trying to find the dribbles. But Meowsy gets the core yet again. Hugo, a great blink, but doesn't quite get the strike afterwards. And that'll be another goal for We Love Dubu. They're 2 points away from the top 3.
I mean, it's definitely looking rough for Seraphim Crimson right now. If maybe Master Malachi can kind of use that cage, but it looks like they don't need that. They can immediately get that double barrier.
But they lose a barrier on the other end. The net open for both sides. And Flip burned. A really dangerous spot for Hugo as the slimes come in. Malachi trying to send the core forward, but Tefong needs to push up. Because if Meowsy's in the 1v1, that happens. And We Love Dubu now just 1 point away.
That's such a scary position for Hugo right there. That shield, that pass splitter, that's just applying so much pressure. You go up there, you start getting hit stunned. It's core. It's a tough position, especially for a step goalie. But Hugo almost making advantage of doing that eject, going up doing that forward pressure.
That's 2 barriers down. Seraphim Crimson. That was a really good offensive push from them, and that's exactly what they need. They need more of that. But Malachi needs to be careful because Meowsy is on the prowl. Tefong looking for a good strike angle. Hugo blinking up a lot more. I think that's helping. But it's going to be difficult because they need this point now before the barriers are pressured.
I think Hugo might be listening to you through the TV screen. It seems like they've had almost a bit of a change of character, and there's just so much more pressure coming from Seraphim Crimson right now. But Junk Dogma won't let go. He's holding on to this point no matter what.
Still defending, but Tefong is lurking. One good Xenocloak, one good invisibility. Rush forward into core speed might be enough here. Not going to be easy though. In the corner, Hugo can't magically flip it out this time, but a good strike away. The cores are coming in though. The core speed ridiculous. Hugo trying to send it forward, but Meowsy, one more chance is all they need to close out this game. The slime, Malachi deflecting once again to the bottom side, and Junk Dogma overestimates the strike cooldown, and Seraphim Crimson survive for a little bit longer.
This can be what they need. Just 1 point. 1 point can make a difference in mental. It can make a difference in the game. You have to see all the way the game plays out because it's not over until it is over. But that wall up there almost, I mean, Seraphim Crimson somehow getting out of that amazing forward pressure from We Love Dubu.
Yeah, but again, like I've said it so many times. Not we. I'll blame myself. But I've spammed the line. Defense alone won't win you the game because that's the story of this game, right? Hugo's defending quite well, but the forward pressure isn't there from Seraphim Crimson. Junk Dogma is having the chillest time of all time there.
Yeah, they're chill. They're walking up. You can see them right at the midfield line, not even scared. They're moving up, and it just goes right past Hugo. But Meowsy looking low. Maybe a KO can then convert to a powerful play. An instant flip from Junk Dogma.
And a non-instant flip from Magnus to seal it away. We Love Dubu moving on to the top 3 in a very, very decisive series.
That was just such a strong showing from We Love Dubu. I mean, Seraphim Crimson might be the veterans, but I mean, it looks like new blood might be showing that they need to make room for the new and improved.
Yeah, We Love Dubu looking solid. Meowsy 10+0 goals. And despite heroics from Yugo on the defense, the offense wasn't quite there from Seraphim Crimson, and that really sealed the deal, unfortunately. Anything else you want to say about this one?
I think that's just about all I got.
Oh. With that, we're going to head on to a break as we got the losers final up for you next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everybody, to our evening of the OSAS Season 9 finale. I'm Lego Mage here with Cloak Oak. We're on the Mage and Sage Power Hour for the Losers Finals into Grands of this wonderful OSAS season. Chikara Redemption versus We Love Dubu in the Losers Finals. Winner of this series can, of course, get to go to Grands. Cloak Oak, how are we feeling tonight about this matchup?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good considering that my OS didn't crash the lobby, so that's a big improvement from last night. We get to watch this wonderful match now. I got to watch Chikara Redemption. I guess it was their qualifier a couple weeks ago that I got to witness, and I had a really good time watching that match. So it's nice to see that they've come all this way now in losers finals, and I haven't gotten the chance to see We Love Dubu yet, but it looks like a fun squad. It looks like a fun squad tentatively. So lots of familiar faces that we've seen in OSAS for quite some time. Mike Mart, Perfect Curves, Grant Attack. I believe all of Chikara Redemption have shown up in previous OSAS seasons. And I'm liking the squad that they're running here. A little unconventional for Tycho. Zentaro and Estelle are not usually the main picks here. But I think that comfort, especially in this league, it can take you a long way. And then Meowsy on the other side, another familiar face from past OSAS seasons. But, of course, We Love Dubu, flashing their signature emote. They're running a much more stereotypical Tycho-typical comp with that Rune Asher. I'm hyped for it, though, as we jump into point one.
Yeah, I think another player as well to look at is Agnes. They've been putting on quite a bit of show in the bracket already. We saw their last series against Seraphim Crimson where they were an absolute menace on both the Luna and the Juno, getting KOs and core controlling. So it's a really solid roster that We Love Dubu is running along, and this is panning out to be a pretty tight series for that grand final spot. And right now, it is, in fact, We Love Dubu who are up on the barrier count, 2-0. Just working to get the core off of their side of the field as Meowsy in the midfield, dribbling up to the top with a path splitter, and that's going to do it. So they'll pick up the first point here.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised that We Love Dubu is running away with these early points. It's really going to be a game of winning in the midfield for the side of Chikara Redemption, because you cannot let this Rune and Asher get the ball into the corner. Like, the core is just not coming out if you get it there. Asher's so good at holding the ball in one place, and so is Rune. Both of them have so many tools to just make sure the ball will never, ever leave that corner. But for now, Perfect Curves and Grant Attack setting up a great offense.
And Agnes and Meowsy now responding. They'll trade a barrier here. Junk Dogma forced to burn the core flip on the return. But Grant Attack still looking for the second one. Tofu Fortress is committed on the defense. So we'll get back to Meowsy now, dashing up to the top side. Expanse is out. There's the flip. Mike Mart's going to trade it, but the pass splitter shuts that down. And that's an open goal on the side of Chikara Redemption now. Junk Dogma looks to reconvert, but Grant Attack with a dash to the bottom. Gets hit with a banish from Agnes. Right at the perfect time, and a pillar as well to save the barrier. Agnes put up a good defensive stand there. They'll turn the core back around. Trying to get it in possession of the Asher. Having just a little bit of trouble doing that. Perfect Curves is making it a bit challenging. Now playing up to the top side, the pillar from Agnes. Meowsy doesn't quite connect on the dash. We are in overtime. Should have another opportunity coming up. Another pillar here. Soup committed, but core flip from Grant Attack. It hits a bad bounce, though, and kind of goes backwards. Now Meowsy with the core goes for the beam, stalls it out. Flip on the line. It's a KO for the goal. Agnes getting the credit, but Meowsy doing all the work, tripping up Mike Mart there. And it's going to be set point for We Love Dubu.
Yeah, I love that Asher core stop tech there. It's very rare that we see that used, but it looks like Mike Mart just didn't have any cooldowns to respond to it there, so just get to stall out for your teammate with the flip to come up. And they're already starting it off with a lovely barrier offense once more. This might just be a 3-0 for We Love Dubu here. Another thing that I want to talk about is Junk Dogma as they make that fantastic flip save there. Does have Unstoppable. Very, very effective against the Estelle Zentaro comp, so it might just be a bit of an iron wall scenario as We Love Dubu take the first set 3-0.
Yeah, for sure. Very effective awakening into Estelle. We forgot to mention that it was Unstoppable Hotshot start. Grant Attack, the only one with Unstop on the other side, and Agnes, of course, Hotshot on the Rune. But Getting into our first draft here, so we got Ariel's Perfect Form Catalyst. Couple big pickups on that top left side there. It will be Catalyst for the Asher, Timeless on Mike Mart here. Perfect Form, unlikely to make it all the way down. It's actually just going to get denied away by Junk Dogma very early on. That will allow a primetime pickup here on Agnes. And then Zentaro not left with much, but will opt to go into the Sparks. Seeing as they are down on sets, it might not be a bad investment. Since you're looking to go late here, but I mean, yeah, I think a very solid draft overall. You cannot ignore the Catalyst Asher, though, for sure.
Yeah, no one's unhappy with that draft, but definitely I think We Love do come out on top. Just so many pivotal awakenings. Perfect Form and Catalyst are both, really at the top echelon of awakenings in terms of value consistently. But that's not stopping Grant Attack from running down these barriers. And the barrier advantage is, for once, on the side of Chikara Redemption.
Yeah, but now dealing with some corner pressure. The flip from Agnes will get defended away, though. And Grant Attack and Perfect Curve both blinking up, with the core slipping past. A nice clear from Junk Dogma. Now Meowsy pushing hard. The Banish comes out, and that's the barrier gone. Barrier Beam comes through. A KO on the Estelle, but no goal just yet. Grant Attack looking to buy some time just by dribbling it around, but pillars are coming out here from Agnes. Grant Attack pushing up to midfield. The soup is committed. Core flip from Mike Mart. Clears it out of there, and Perfect Curves is back online now. But Agnes with a shot to the top. Mike Mart not quite fast enough. Might not have had the strike shot up just in time. A little bit of a delay there, but We Love Dubu coming up with the point yet again.
I will say I liked what Chikara Redemption went for there. There was a lot of trust put in Grant Attack there to win that midfield interaction. And I like that their team is willing to, lean on one another like that. And sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's okay. But you know what? The times where it does work out, that's when these guys are going to score points. And they have another barrier advantage here, another opportunity to get on the board.
Grant Attack with a flip available. Tofu Fortress coming out in midfield, though. And now Agnes with the core. Putting up on the top side. Core flip here from Meowsy. Gets the second barrier. The goal is open. A nice pillar from Agnes. Trips up Perfect Curves and sends it right back the way they were trying to clear it. Meowsy in position to capitalize. And that's going to be another point. We Love Dubu. 5 goals now unanswered. And this is another set point situation for them.
Yeah, Junk Dogma does also have this defensive flip as well. So lots of tools as we jump into what could potentially be another 3-0 set. I'm liking that Grand Attack and Perfect Curves are clearly making this offense work, though. They're consistently getting barriers down in this set, which is more than they could say last set. And as the flip comes out here, they keep both of the barriers alive. Chikara Redemption seem to be doing really, really good. I'm not entirely sure what the missing piece is, but I'll keep my eyes out.
Yeah, but I mean, speaking of doing really good, Meowsy yet again taking down that second barrier and setting up a good situation as energy is coming online for the back line here of We Love Dubu. Agnes shifting up with that secondary, puts the pillar in the corner. The Banish comes out, gets the goalie, goes for the core flip, sinks it right into the bottom. An absolute dime where no one can get it. And We Love Dubu, they'll take 2 sets now, uncontested. And the MVP will, in fact, be Agnes, who has been putting on a pretty stellar show on this rune.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching this Rune gameplay. I mean, Rune is always kind of a little bit fun to watch, especially in the hands of someone so good. I'm guessing, I was about to say, the Rapid Fire's got to come out here. That is a primetime Rapid Fire hotshot Rune. So much CDR, and pretty much solves all of the problems that Rune usually has with controlling the midfield. As long as you have, primaries up wherever you need them, that's all good. That being said, it is a lot of speed in this draft. Some of that it will be going over with the Fight or Flight on Meowsy, but mainly I'm eyeing peak performance in Stagger Swagger, and in particular, peak performance on Grant Attack could be a huge pickup as he continues to pick up these sparks, because Spark of Rezil could provide not only a lot of survivability, but also speed to Grant Attack. But for now, they've got bigger problems to worry about as We Love Dubu takes their barriers down once more.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta watch out for this Asher build, though. I mean, you got 2 of the best awakenings on a character who really, really loves them, and right now, it's just becoming a little bit too much to handle here as Mike Mart just cannot keep up with these passing plays. Atlas, notorious for, losing to those on an open net like that, and I mean, Meowsy and Agnes are capitalizing on it quite well. There's so many ways to trip trip him up with this rune. I see right there, the pillar just cutting off everything. A double barrier and a banish as well. Unfortunately, Junk Dogma will lose one in return, but a huge way to start off the point and end the point here. 14 seconds in. We love Dubu. I mean, they're just sweeping this one so far.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be a We Love Dubu sweep. I am seeing Chikara Redemption start to make a lot of the right plays against this comp. They're standing on top of Agnes's pillars before they can fully form. They're doing a better job keeping it out of pocket, but at this point, We Love Dubu is just scaled too much for that to matter. And it's getting into corner right here. I don't think it's coming out again. Both of the barriers are probably going to fall in this interaction right here. Junk Dogma gets to keep it up, and there it goes.
Core flip from Meowsy gets the KO. They're picking up the second one with that pillar. Core flip from Agnes will get blocked away, but they're having some trouble getting out of here in the power play. The soup committed. Another pillar to dribble it. Bit of a bad angle. We'll give Grant Attack a bit of an opportunity to make some kind of play here. Goes for the flip. A bounce off the bottom. Doesn't quite get the barrier. The pillar remained up for just long enough. But now Agnes and Meowsy, they're coming on the hunt. In the top corner yet again. Dribbling. Barrier beam. Doesn't quite go in the goal yet. It's going to get rotated back around. Unfortunately, Junk Dogma not quite fast enough to save that one. So both sides will be opened up here. Grant Attack in perfect curves. Going up the top side. A strike shot from Mike Mark doesn't quite catch it, but a big banish comes out from Agnes. He gets back up to Meowsy. Goes to the dribble in the center. Setting up the 50. Goes to the top corner, but a little bit too late. Might have another opportunity, though. Oh, not quite, but Junk Dogma looking to pass it back up. Perfect curves, though, in the way. Getting up to Grant Attack. A dribble with a slice and dice and a shot to the top. The first point for Chikara Redemption will come in overtime here on set 3. Oh, but they need so much more to get this game 1 back.
Yeah, if your first point of the game is when the other team is on game point, that's a spooky situation to be in. But Perfect Curves and Grant Attack are making this work. Mike Mart seems to be holding really well in the open goal, even though it's hard to keep these barriers up against Rune and Asher. He seems very comfy in the open goal. So we'll see if Chikara Redemption can redeem this game.
Core flip from Junk Dogma will actually pick up the first barrier here for We Love Dubu. Grant Attack looking to make a play on the second one. Pass it up to the top side. A pillar from Agnes will save it. And go dash down to the bottom, but unfortunately, Core not cooperating as Junk Dogma maintains control in the top side here, but needs to find a way to clear it off their side of the field right now. Mike Mark with the rotation down to the bottom. Will be Agnes looking to capitalize. Has the core flip available. A nice double banish, though. Buys a little bit of time here. The core floats back to Meowsy. Going to dribble off the center. A dash down to the bottom and a barrier beam for the barrier. Then wins the strike war for the game. Meowsy coming up huge in the 1v1. A crazy mix-up against Mike Mart. And that will be We Love Dubu taking game 1.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Agnes that game, and I do think that Agnes played fantastically, just a really consistent midfielder, but it really isn't a surprise to me that Meowsy ran away with MVP for that game. Because, I mean, so the opportunistic KOs, yes, but what was more impressive to me was just consistently winning interactions with, like, just really efficient use of Asher abilities, and like we saw at the end there, good strike wars. Like I just feel like Meowsy was in position to capitalize on almost all of the opportunities that Agnes could give them. So yeah, just really fantastic offensive synergy, and Junk Dogma had no problems holding it down for most of that game. So yeah, We Love Dubu take game 1. I do think that we're about to see a completely different game because that was a very, very strong comp for Tycho. And if I'm not mistaken, was that We Love Dubu's pick for the map draft?
I don't actually know yet, but we'll figure that out in just a bit. But yeah, I mean, they just played a really solid game there. You have 112 redirects on both Junk Dogma and Agnes, who put in quite a lot of work. I mean, you held them to one. Zentaro Estelle that's a good offensive core. That's not an easy combo to really hold against, but they held them to 1 point. Agnes put in quite a bit of work on the defensive end as well. Just a lot of the pillar placements on the barriers were just very well timed and well placed as well, because they don't necessarily cover the entire thing. There's sometimes little gaps, but Agnes did a good job of preventing those gaps from really showing up. It definitely made it difficult. So going into game 2, right? The big question of like, what do you ban? Because we've seen Agnes play a variety of characters at this point. So it becomes really difficult to kind of pinch that midfield striker pool. So I'm curious to kind of see how Chikara Redemption is going to have to approach this.
Well, I mean, my instinct, just looking at what we saw them play last game, is that Chikara Redemption are going to be a heck of a lot more comfortable on Oni Village than they were on Taiko. The Estelle Zentaro duo is a duo that you would expect to see run on Oni Village. And so, certainly if neither of those characters are banned out by We Love Dubu, I think there's a really strong argument for Chikara Redemption just running that offensive comp back. And then I'm not sure what Mike Mart will be cooking up on defense, but Mike Mart's a melee goalie player, so again, very strong on Oni. So I think that Redemption has a really good shot at bringing it back for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about like Oni, right? I feel like it can be a lot more of a it's a much more comp dependent map for sure. And as you said, Chikara Redemption, we're playing a pretty honestly, like kind of the ideal Oni Village comp that game 1. So they could just try and look to run it back, and it may prove a little bit more troublesome for We Love Dubu this go around. But we saw the Dubu, we saw the Atlas on either side last game. Curious if we'll ever end up seeing the Mako come out from one of these goalies here, but currently we have a Rasmus Hover. I don't expect that to stay, but it looks like it could be a Kai Rasmus forward here for We Love Dubu.
Yeah, I honestly, with Oni Village, like normally I would say Kai and Rasmus not stereotypically like two forwards that you would pair together. But on Oni Village, you just kind of play what's good, and it works. Now they're hovering the Estelle Rasmus. This is a much more stereotypical comp. If they get both of these characters, it's going to be very, very difficult for the defense of Chikara Redemption. So many hit stuns and so much range on both of those characters on an open map. I mean, there's no wonder that this is the kind of comp that is played in the highest tiers of competitive Omega Strikers, and here We Love Dubu is about to show us how it's done in the amateur series.
Yeah, and starting Awakenings, by the way, is a team player missile prop, so very fun Oni Village start there. Won't be a long game at all, I can promise you, but there's the Mako coming out for Junk Dogma. Dubu back on Mike Mark, and they're running Kai Julie Dubu. They are eating vanilla ice cream right now, and every 16 players. That's really cool. But yeah, a very standard comp, like kind of the old reliable here for Chikara Redemption. Not what we really expected. I mean, you see Agnes kind of first pick that Estelle and deny that. Wow, that instantly red cord. That's cool, but deny that Estelle away. So it's some good character drafting from We Love Dubu. I'm curious to see how this ends up playing out, because like you said, I mean, this is a really strong comp here from We Love Dubu yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them run the Taiko meta last game. Here they are rocking the Oni Village meta. And not only are they rocking the Oni Village meta, but I'm eyeing Mike Mart over there on Momentum Boots. I haven't seen Momentum Boots Dubu in a really long time. It's been strike shots all over the place for like a month and a half now. But possibly even longer than that. I don't know. I can't remember when Ice Skates Dubu disappeared. But both goals are open. So both of these teams are making stuff work. We'll see which one of them comes away with point 1.
All right, now Agnes link up to the top. Not going to find much here, but has a piercing shot lined up. Mike Bart saves it, but not going to be able to save against the Rose Thorns. It's too many projectiles off the Estelle. It will be We Love Dubu coming up with the first point here. As we go into point 2, we've almost got core flips up all around. So point 2 could be looking to be a bit of a shorter one.
Yeah, and I will say, especially with this team player start, I'm a little afraid for Chikara Redemption, because having all of these hit stuns and all of this range on the side of We Love Dubu also means that they can mark from a distance all of Mike Mart's clear angles. Because really you want to clear to your teammates, ideally in any situation. You get even more value out of it with team player, but that's no longer as much of an option. Like, Mike Mart has to be really careful because Meowsy and Agnes can just so easily be on top of his forwards. He's holding down for now, though.
Oh, big KO, though, from Grant Attack. Takes Agnes off the table for a bit. Now it looks like the offense is coming on as Grant Attack trying to make something happen on this barrier, but can't get past Meowsy, who fell back on defense here. A nice clear from Junk Dogma, and Agnes right back up, blinking into the midfield to immediately start the offense again for We Love Dubu. Corflip here from Grant Attack. Pass down to Perfect Curves, who looks like they weren't quite ready for it. It's just going to bounce right back. Grant Attack goes for another KO. Goes a bit wide, but is staggered and might get KO'd themselves here. Flurry's getting pushed away by the drum and bass, so the barrier remains standing. And there's a KO from Mousy with the Death Touch, and now the dribbling, the red core's coming out. Tofu Fortress from Mike Mart defends one potential goal. But Perfect Curve's trying to buy some time, committing to the offense here. Barrage to the dribble, goes for the flip, but cleared away by Junk Dogma, and nothing is going to be gained there. Agnes unloading the kit, but Mike Mart will hold in the corner. Now Meowsy walking up with the whiplash. It's too much to strike war. And another point here for We Love Dubu.
It's going to be a tough game for Redemption. All the power plays are going towards the side of We Love Dubu. Really, the only way that we're going to see Redemption get power plays is if Grant Attack finds a dash punch. And until then, that's an unfortunate barrier offense there. But Grant Attack makes up for it, gets through Junk Dogma there. Maybe We Love Dubu still has a little bit of cracks that Chikara Redemption can take advantage of.
Cracks indeed. Still 2 barriers up for Redemption. One going to go down right there, but that's the rental. That's not important. As long as they can hold this open goal for a while, they may have a chance. But Perfect Curves with the breakaway, gets it away from Junk Dogma, and has a shot to the top side. So it will be Chikara Redemption scoring here, putting a point on the board, staying in the set. I mean, any given point right on this map can go quite awry once both barriers fall. These melee goalies notoriously good at holding onto the single one, but not so good on the open net.
Did you see Agnes evade that dash punch Grant Attack threw at him? That was
that just
like
now?
I was talking.
I think I
no,
missed that.
it was right at the end of last point. But I mean, I was talking
looking
about
at the core, my
Grant
bad.
Attack finding dash punches. That pretty much their only hope. Right as they say that, the Grant Attack does actually find a goal with the Julio, Flurry of Fists. So this is the best set that Chikara Redemption has had in front of them. Let's see if they can close it out.
An opportunity to take this set. It could be big. You don't want this team comp of We Love Dubu getting what they want, especially if like Fight or Flight shows up. He can be very game-changing on this map. A big dash punch from Grant Attack. Burns the flip for the KO, but they got to make something happen off of this power play now. They got to get this barrier here. Agnes coming back to defend, and Mike Mart is pushing up. They're committed to trying to get this, but a nice little piercing shot will buy enough time for Meowsy to come back. They'll immediately get the first barrier. Core flip. Mike Mart goes for the roll, but they force it through, and that's the second one gone just like that. Agnes passes up to Meowsy. Perfect Curves, able to cut it. Junk Dogma trying to send it back in, but Perfect Curves gets a shot on the barrier, forces the core flip out of Junk Dogma. Now Grant Attack with the punch, beats the strike, and that's both sides open. Meowsy, though, with the core, goes to the bottom, and Mike Mart is not fast enough, even with the little boots. And that's We Love Dubu taking another set here, going up first in game 2, and Junk Dogma going to get first pick.
Yeah, not surprising at all that Junk Dogma takes the MVP there. So many fantastic defensive holds. I mean, in that power play there, it was a really nicely played triangle offense from Chikara Redemption, but Junk Dogma did not let them get through, and with extra special, he's going to be able to hold them at bay even more. That being said, Egoist is a really nice pickup here for Perfect Curves, getting the energy economy in slightly in the favor, but that'll be counterbalanced by the Catalyst on Meowsy. Again, another draft where no one is unhappy. I think if anything, the built diff on the Julie is not probably going to make much of a difference, but Agnes coming away with Hot Shot there is massive. And as both barriers go down on kickoff, that's an early point for Chikara Redemption.
Yeah, a nice double there, but Yeah, I have to agree with you. Another very loaded draft, kind of just off the rip, right? But you gotta watch out for this egoist, especially on Kai, especially on this map. There's a lot of mobility now. They're gonna be able to kind of keep a lot more pace with Agnes. But as I'm saying this, once again, it's both barriers down for We Love Dubu. Rough situation and Grant attack, another KO. Agnes gets punched off the side of the board there. And now Mike Martin, Perfect Curves pushing up, a pass to the top side. A nice evade from Junk Dogma, but Perfect Curves ready to respond on the bottom. And they'll be able to sink it in. Chikara Redemption now up 2-0. I mean, we saw a reversal, well, almost a reversal of the last set. We'll see if they're able to clinch this one.
I feel like I gotta call out Mike Mart being willing to walk all the way up to the midfield line to help out with that offense last point. The classic Ice Skates Dubu. That's a KO! Oh my gosh, where did all of that damage come from?
They kind of grouped up a bit and just got kit dumped on, and another from Meowsy! The damage is an ace from Junk Dogma! From across the map with the snipe! And I mean, who said that they can't do damage? This is Estelle and Rasmus, who... two of the, I think, most sleeper damage characters who can really just dump it out when they want to. But yeah, at the beginning there, all three members of Chikara Redemption were like grouped in the top corner, and Meowsy, I think, and Agnes basically just threw a bunch of abilities, and that's how they got the KO on Grant attack and all the damage on the Perfect Curves and Mike Mart.
Hey, any map can be a KO map if you land enough AoE abilities on the entire enemy team. But I mean, we were talking about the ace from last point. The set is going over to Chikara Redemption, tying up the set count, and that's Chikara Redemption's first set this whole series.
Yeah, it is, but a chance to get back in it. Unstoppable is on the board here, but unfortunately, Grant Attack is first pick. He's going to go for the double size. There's no way it gets all the way down to Mike Mart, but that's ideally where you want it. Chrono Boost pickup here to deny it from the Kai. Perfect Form and Aerials still both available, by the way. Going to go for the Aerials to deny it from the Estelle. Perfect Form still not picked up. Rapid Fire on the Estelle. The Mako took Unstoppable in his peak performance for Mike Mart. What do you think of that draft, Cloak? I mean, that was a really interesting one.
I mean, Grant Attack is clearly wanting to deny the size from the Rasmus, right? That was the logic behind that draft. I think you just take the Perfect Form there. Like, it's too valuable. Essentially, every character gets a ton of value out of Perfect Form, but Brawlers in particular, I think, are known for taking Perfect Form essentially every chance they get. I think you just grab that. Meowsy getting size is probably not going to be too much of a difference, if I had to guess. But I appreciate the denial. I appreciate the denial game from Grant Attack.
Yeah, and Perfect Curve still ended up getting haste anyway, so it just ended up denying a Dash Awakening from Agnes when Meowsy picked the Chrono Boost. I don't know, I think that's a very tough one to navigate. There's a lot of like kind of must-pick items on that board, but so far, at this point, bit of a stall fest, classic Oni Village moment. Will be Agnes who opens up Chikara Redemption side of the field here. Mike Mart makes a nice save with the roll, but Agnes team player pass to Meowsy. Not a lot you can do about that, and that'll just be a shot to the bottom for the point. We Love Dubu coming out swinging again in the first set, or the first points rather of the third set.
Yeah, they're making so much use out of this team player. I mean, look, Meowsy, even though that was a missed back pass, like, you got to appreciate that he went for the back pass. I do want to comment, though, as well. Mike Mart picking up peak performance. We might see, like, throwback to 2023, y'all. This is Ice Skates Dubu. This guy is building Sparks. We could just see the classic go as fast as possible large hamster.
I mean, I'm here for it. Core flip from Junk Dogma, silenced by the flurries, but the barrier will remain. Grant Attack going to whiff the flip of their own, but Perfect Curves able to pick up the barrage. That's an egoist proc. Immediately whiff the flip, though. But an open goal does provide some options. Agnes is forced to flip to clear it out of there. Now the Thorns coming in. That's the flip from Mike Mart. A dash punch coming in, and Junk Dogma going to get hit by it. The size, the double size from Grant Attack is able to make that connect from about a mile away. And Chikara Redemption able to tie it up.
I really got to compliment Grant Attack and Perfect Curves on this offense. they're doing a lot with just their strikes, and I don't just mean that like they're having good strike placement and then they're following them up with the right abilities. Watch how Grant Attack is not burning hardly any abilities right there. Like that punch cooldown doesn't even matter. 90% of that offense was literally just Grant Attack striking in very, very particular places and not using any abilities, and then used each ability once to grab barriers. It's very, very efficient gameplay, and it's exactly what they're going to need if they want to win this game too. If they keep it up, I have good hopes for Chikara Redemption.
And now Meowsy dribbling a back pass to Junk Dogma, a risky one as Grant Attack was there, but ultimately not going to work out. Junk Dogma's flip getting shut down by the Juliet. I saw the vision, but unfortunately didn't quite pan out the way that they wanted it to. And now Chikara Redemption here on set point yet again. But I mean, this game has been neck and neck this whole time. I would not be surprised if We Love Dubu just ties it again.
Yeah, there's definitely a risk for that, especially because they've been getting so much value out of team player. But Chikara Redemption, recognizing that the team player game is not really in their favor, is doing a really good job of just bursting down these points, because that's really their only win condition. They can't afford to let it get to overtime. I don't think. I mean, I guess you just have the Julie sit on the goalie at that point, but the goalie has unstopped. It's kind of a little doomed. Both goals are open here. Potential chance for another set to come. There it is, right there. Perfect curves. Following up on the pass from Grant Attack. We'll grab a second set for Chikara Redemption. They are back in this.
Yeah, that was a great pass, too. That was on the inside of Agnes. They thought they were cutting the pass, but there was like just barely an angle there to make that happen. And well, I mean, here's Spark of Resilience on the board. So Mike Bart could be cooking at last pick, but it'll be Fight or Flight for the MVP Juliet. Twin Drive going over to the Mako. Knife's Edge also available pretty good on this map, but Kai gonna go for the prime time. Doesn't have rapid fire, but still a really good pickup. It will be the Spark picked up by Meowsy as the deny. Super Surge on Agnes for that first dash away thing, which is huge. And Knife's Edge falling to Mike Mart. Another very solid draft all around, though ultimately Meowsy, of course, does kind of sting to have to deny away that Spark, and Mike Mart still gets speed out of it. But, I mean, the dash awakening on Agnes is definitely a game changer.
The Spark denial was the right play, in my opinion, though. And what an offense there. Just an explosion right off kickoff from We Love Dubu. I mean, really picking apart Mike Mart's defense there. And the Rasmus hook was an opportunity for a minute, but then they just ended using it up as bait to make sure Mike Mart didn't know what was going on. And now they might just score the first goal of the point.
And Meowsy, we're dribbling up with the Whiplash. A nice roll from Mike Mart, able to clear it out and stun it just long enough. Its snare drums coming out. A nice elusive from Perfect Curves. Dodges the drums and gets the barrier now, but Meowsy with the breakaway to the bottom corner. Grant Attack with the punch, but Agnes, the blink from midfield. Tripping up Mike Mart, and that's that Super Surge coming in, providing a whole new world of angles to score on like that. And We Love Dubu able to snag the point.
Well, and not only is that, dash range on Estelle, but Super Surge actually hits the core surprisingly hard as Grant Attack just essentially solos that point. Holy crap. Really, really good Julie gameplay. You know what? The size is making a bigger difference than I thought it would, pun intended. But yeah, as I was saying, that Super Surge combined with the Hot Shot also makes Agnes's secondaries really hard to react to, just on like a core speed level. So yeah, that Estelle is more dangerous than ever, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, to mention on the size thing, though, a lot of, like, what Grant Attack is, like, getting done is these, like, single interactions against Mako, who's just kind of sitting there with, like, big, fat hitboxes, so the size is definitely, a bit of a misclear from Mike Mart. We went for the Soren angle, but didn't quite get the right angle, so it will be Agnes's point. But yeah, like, the big hitboxes are able to contest Mako's big hitboxes a lot more consistently. That's where we're seeing a lot of this single barrier falling really quick when Grant Attack is able to just kind of push up.
Yeah, well, and I was talking earlier about Grant Attack doing so much with these strikes, and the size is helping out with that too, right? You have a big strike box. You can win a lot of 1v1s, as well as, you just have a little bit more reach. But the barriers are open up. Mike Bart has nothing but air at his back and a tofu fortress in front of him.
Oh, I'm barely able to save that one. Saves it through the piercing shot as well. The timing is impeccable for Mike Mart right there. To keep that one out, but they still got a barrier to get down. Perfect Curves forced to spend some energy to get out of the drums. Trying to pass it to Grant Attack, but Meowsie's cut the pass. Core flip here from the Juliet. Gets blocked by the primary, and Meowsie now looking for the breakaway. Going for the dribble. Doodling the bottom. Wins one strike for a roll on the line, but Agnes is there to sink it in. We love Dubu taking the set, and we are going to a set 5.
Oh man, we love Dubu putting their money where their mouth is and scaring the crap out of Mike Mart on Dubu multiple times that point. Yeah, stacks on stacks is going to be huge here for Agnes. I haven't seen Grant Attack pull too many dash punch KOs in a while, and if they play their life smart, they're going to get a lot of value out of that speed. Speaking of getting value out of speed, there's more speed for Mike Mart. That's a second spark, along with a build that is entirely speed focused. There's finally some size for Meowsie. Despite all of Grant Attack's efforts, he'll have to settle for Deadeye, which is, I think, the biggest slap in the face of them all. But I think that both of these teams have really, really solid builds under their belts here, and I think it's anyone's game as we jump into set 5.
Yeah, the Deadeye last pick is kind of rough. It does proc, though, with enough size. I think it procs off the dash with enough size. There's no, like, dash awakening, so like a little bit rough, but I think you can still get something out of it. But yeah, size on Meowsie, of course, can be really good. But Mike Mart absolutely zooming a little bit too fast, though. Walked a bit, overshot that one, and we'll lose that barrier. Now Meowsie potentially with a scoring opportunity here, looking to receive the core. Perfect Curves able to make a nice cut, pass it up to Grant Attack, and that's both sides opened up. A barrage forcing it at the corner. Dunk Dogma with the sword angle saves that one away, and Grant Attack still trying to force it through the drum and bass, makes that one a bit tough. Now Grant Attack, pass up to Perfect Curves, right back down, and Grant Attack to the bottom! Trips up Junk Dogma, and that's going to be the first point going to Chikara Redemption.
Yeah, just a stat check on Mike Mart here. This man is rocking 600 speed when he just has momentum boots and he's out in the middle of the field. 700 speed, potentially, when under the aid of that, or actually, 800 speed with the speed lane as well. So 700 speed with Nice Edge, 800 speed with the speed lane. So this guy can really move, and as Grant Attack secures a power play here, Chikara Redemption are looking quite nice with their 1-point lead.
Flurry's coming out from Grant Attack as Perfect Curves barrage to the bottom, force out the goalie's flip. About to have some flips of their own here. A Giga Blast to secure the barrier. Now Mike Mart up in the mix. Dash Punch coming in. A flip on the line, and that looks savable. Chikara Redemption on match point.
Chikara Redemption redeeming themselves without a doubt this game. Now on game point, a mile away from where they were last game. Now ready to tie up the series and take us to a game 3. Perfect Curves' flip comes out here, and they're working on another Egoist proc as the barriers go down.
Now one going down on Redemption as well, but Grant Attack with the core goes to the top. The dash punch come through. Tofu Fortress and a core flip from Agnes. Actually managed to get it through. It didn't like own goal off of that, which is insane. But now Grant Attack once again. Perfect Curves rotating to the bottom as the barrage, and that's just too many pellets for Junk Dogma to clear. Chikara Redemption redeem themselves and bring it back in game 2. We are going to a game number 3.
I can't fully articulate how they were able to do it. I don't know how they were able to make it happen so consistently, but Perfect Curves and Grant Attack essentially shut down the entire game plan of We Love Dubu, which was, we're going to abuse this team player, we're going to abuse our range, we're going to take the core out into wide open space, and that's how we're going to win this game. Perfect Curves and Grant Attack somehow managed to keep the core pinned in a corner for the entire duration of those last few sets. It got out a little bit in that penultimate set. We Love Dubu were able to take it to a set 5, but for the most part, Perfect Curves and Grant Attack did not let the core slip out of the corner, and even when it did, Mike Mart was so fast that he could rotate around to catch it and send it back in. We can see why the Ice Skates Dubu was meta not too long ago, and is still really valuable even today. So I think that's a really well-deserved win for them. If your enemy's win condition is having the core in open space with passing lanes to use team player, why not just trap it in a corner for the entire duration of a set? I don't know how they were able to do it, but it was very impressive that they pulled it off.
Yeah, I think another thing to potentially point out is Perfect Curves was on the single barriers a lot. You saw them down on the bottom, like, speed lane, holding that, like, side of the clear, and it was Grant Attack who was pushing, like, from the top. And basically every time you saw Junk Dogma try to go for a clear, they were having to go around the Juliet because they know if they send it down, it's just going to get barraged into the barrier, and that was definitely making things difficult. And once all that size started stacking up, it just got harder and harder and harder to the point where Grant Attack could just, like, consistently push it through. And I think that's probably part of it. But yeah, a really good performance there from Chikara Redemption. But Game 3 is going to be coming up. Atlas Lab, so a little bit more tame potentially. Say potentially. It's a crazy map when it wants to be. But yeah, Atlas Lab's going to be Built Diff and Spark of Strength, it looks like, as our starting awakening. So Spark Start will be fun. And Redemption going to have the blue side like they did the first game. So
a bit of a happy medium between the first two maps. Tycho notoriously keep it in the corner, played in lane map. Oni famously the open map of all time. And, I mean, our predictions were correct, not in the way that I expected them to be, but Chikara Redemption did take it away on the open map, even though they weren't playing a stereotypical comp for it. Now we're heading to AtLab, which is kind of the half and half. It's the midway point between open and closed. Kind of feels like a closed map when the black hole is open. A lot of teams even opt for, like, intentionally popping the black hole, sometimes with their body, just to make it open. But certainly, you know, the black hole, it's a damage opportunity. If you get creative with it, you can, you know, pass to your teammates using, like, the parabolic arc to get some creative angles. So it's a really, really interesting midpoint between those first two games that we just saw, which is why I think it's a fantastic way to close out the series.
Yeah, it definitely leaves a lot of options available here. It's going to be interesting to see what we go with. Notably, Perfect Curves does have the rune and could be first pick here. Is what it was got banned away last game when We Love Dubu was red side. Looks like it's gonna be a Juno ban from Redemption yet again, though, like they've been doing all series. It's actually the Juliet from We Love Dubu taken off the table. So Perfect Curves gonna be allowed to cook on the signature rune here and really shake things up. Luna and Kai from We Love Dubu. I'm guessing that's a Luna midfield on Agnes. Wait. Unless it's a Luna goalie.
Could be Mike Mart, Luna goalie. I've seen it before. I think that makes more
sense with the Kai.
I've seen it before.
Well, actually, I lied. Mike Mart's on the other side.
Mike Mart's on the enemy team. We're both stupid.
Yeah, we're looking at the wrong team. But no. It's because Agnes is on
Dogma Luna.
It could just be. It might be a Kai goalie. Honestly, I put more money on it being a Kai goalie here.
That's definitely Meowsy Kazan, though.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's Junk Dogma Kai playing Strike Shot Kai, Agnes on the Pummelers, Luna. Sparks on Junk Dogma, Agnes, and Perfect Curves. Everyone else going for the Built Diff, and notably Grant Attack opting in for Vicious Vambrace. No kicks on that side, and Perfect Curves actually going for kicks instead of Mag Souls. So a little bit interesting on those starting awakenings there.
Vambrace didn't really do much there.
Yeah, no.
That's really unfortunate.
Knocked off the map will not save you, but only lose one barrier off of it. It's just the first point, so it's all good. It's all good for sure. But yeah, a lot more damage coming in on Grant Attack, though. They are just dumping it in onto this Zentaro right now, getting some nice healing off the Vambrace, but Agnes is landing every single rocket, it looks like, not missing a single one so far. Definitely going to be tough. Grant Attack will pick up the second barrier, but it might die for it. The Crater Maker takes him out. And now Mike Mart going to have to make up the difference a little bit and buying some time for the Brawler to come back online. Yet again, more KOs than points have been scored so far. Perfect Curves goes for the Teleport Banish, but doesn't quite line it up as Taro will come back here and head into overtime.
That was some really nice dribbling on the reverse power play from Perfect Curves. Some really good stall gameplay. But the defense here from We Love Dubu is pretty immaculate. Even with, I mean, they have a pretty good team for dealing with open goal, and another KO from Agnes. Holy crap. Whipping out the Luna secondary into primary combo there.
Yeah, this. I mean, we saw this Luna previously. It's a scary Luna, and on Spark of Strength Start as well. It is only going to get. You have to deny Sparks, but you also have to deny like the regular like Deadeye and Extra Special and all that stuff as well. So we do have some damage coming in onto Agnes here. Goes for the flip, a Grant attack, able to pick up the KO. Still no points scored yet in this first point. The Grant attack maybe an opportunity. Goes to the top. The Oni's blade doesn't quite connect, and the core gets rotated back around, and this is the second barrier gone for Chikara Redemption, as Agnes comes back online now. Boosting in, looking for the 1v1, but Mike Mart holding it down. Will dodge the Crater Maker. Meowsy with the dribble. Giga Blast comes wide from Junk Dogma. And Agnes now with the core, trying to pass it to the Kazan. Goes for the core flip. Pass splitter in the way, though. Is going to get stalled out. And gets rotated right back around. And now Meowsy with a shot to the top. Maybe no, goes to the bottom because Mike Mart moves to the top. Will win the 50. And it's We Love Dubu who come up the winners in the very long first point.
Nice display of patience there from Meowsy. I mean, that's definitely always going to be Kazan's advantage in this matchup against Asher. If you can get the core out far enough in front of her that she can't influence it, her midfielder's not in a place to mark you, you just get all the time in the world to wait for that goalie to step out of position, and that's exactly what Meowsy was able to do. He might get another opportunity to do it right here.
One barrier going to fall here. Chikara Redemption a bit on the back foot this point, as they've lost both pretty early on. Now see a pass down to Agnes, goes for the boost, and hits it right through Mike Mart, who unfortunately is a bit late on the barrier beam. I don't think he's expecting that angle. I would have expected a shot to the bottom there, but I guess a good mix-up from Agnes to bring We Love Dubu to set point.
Notably, Mike Mart is rocking the Pauldron's Asher here with the built diff start as well. So this is a large Asher, but size is not really. I don't know how much value Mike Mart's going to get out of the size. We'll see. Maybe he knows something I don't. He did manage to defend that flip away quite nicely.
I mean, it's time to stand on that single barrier and just be big. But a lot of damage coming out onto We Love Dubu. Agnes forced to go back for the orb and Grant attack, able to pick up the KO off of the missed position here. Now it's a power play for Chikara Redemption. Perfect curves. Unfortunate Sad Boys angle. Not going to come up with much. They'll get it on the rebound, but that's just one barrier to one barrier now. Junk Dogma does have a flip available, and Agnes picks up the KO off a respawn right onto perfect curves. A little bit of a vengeance kill there. And now it's the power play for We Love Dubu. Junk Dogma with the core. Pass to Meowsy here. Forces Mike Mart to burn the flip. Junk Dogma trades the flip, and Meowsy picks up the barrier with a nice little strike there. A pillar blocks Agnes's boost, but a pass down to the Luna doesn't get too much. Grant attack holding it down in the midfield here, but they're trying to reconvert. Giga Blast not able to do much. A pillar in the way, and the barrage red cores it off the pillar. It's an own barrier for Junk Dogma, but Meowsy and Agnes with the core. A chance to score in the top side. Goes for the pop-up. Doesn't get much. Strike touch, send it back. Core flip from Grant attack. Gets stalled out. Meowsy not able to come up with the core, though. And perfect curves with a shot straight to the top. Junk Dogma can't catch it. And that's Chikara Redemption, putting themselves on the board now, 1-2.
This is a bloody game, Lego.
Yeah,
it's like 1
really
to 2
is.
KOs every point.
It really is.
Oh, what a double barrier from the Junk Dogma Giga.
Yeah, a quick double ding there from Junk Dogma. Definitely sets things well for We Love Dubu, and Meowsy goes with a quick leverage, doesn't burn the flip just yet. Now receiving the pass from Agnes, still holding on to it. There's a pillar in the way. So some nice patience there, but Grant attack with an opportunity, but another Sad Boys angle. Sees no barriers come up off of that push. Giga Blast from Junk Dogma to send it in. Core flip from Meowsy, blocked by perfect curves, but Agnes on the rebound will sink it in. And that's We Love Dubu taking set 1.
Yeah, and I'm eager to see what the frick Agnes is about to get from this draft. There's so much good here. I think, personally, I look at this, it's a stagger swagger play. You deny stagger swagger from the enemy. But Agnes might have a different philosophy. The Egoist would also not be bad here. Maybe the 1-2 punch just to get more damage out there. Oh, actually, Stagger Swagger falls. Someone else... Oh, yeah, no one critical after the explosive entrance pickup by Grant attack there. No one who wants the Stagger Swagger is in line for it. It doesn't really do much for Mike Mart. which means that is a. I personally look at this draft. I say that is a We Love Dubu win for that draft. More damage for them. Meowsy gets Egoist to have even more core control, and Junk Dogma can kind of come up and play second midfield with the aerials there. So yeah, really, really nice draft for We Love Dubu, but certainly not unhappy for the side of Chikara Redemption. Lots of good stuff from them.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, though. It's a really good draft for We Love Dubu. I mean, Agnes is just going to be dealing so much more damage, and you just have so much more options now on Meowsy and Junk Dogma with the additional flexibility off the Awakenings they got. So, interesting to see what they'll be able to do with it. And starting off strong with both barriers down, Agnes a pass to Meowsy, but Mike Mart able to cut it with the dash. The pillar in the way, and that's Meowsy taken off the field by Grant Attack. I think the pillar may have had something to do with that. A big pillar knocks them pretty far. But now, still a power play here for Chikara Redemption, but We Love Dubu doing a good job holding on and buying time, holding the core in the midfield, and now Meowsy comes back into the match right as overtime hits. Perfect Curves bringing around to the top side, looking for the barrier. They'll come up with it. Now teleport down, looking for the pass. Agnes able to cut that one. Banish only hitting the core here. Not going to do too much. As Meowsy now with the core. Pass down to the bottom side. Core flip from Mike Mart. Doesn't want to get it boosted on. And Meowsy once again with the core. Barrier beam gets it back to Grant Attack, but it's just going to get rotated back around. Agnes boosts in. Mike Mart holds true. And the core once again just going round and around so far. Crater Maker. Mike Mart just dribbling for time. A pass around the black hole. Grant Attack looking for something. Receiving the pass. A dribble off the bottom. Barrage from Junk Dogma is going to shut that one down. Mike Mart off the top. Meowsy with the crook leverage. Brings it down. Mike Mart can't quite catch it in time. Goes up. Actually did catch it. Just went up instead of down. And Meowsy was there to win the strike war. We Love Dubu scoring first again.
Even though that was a We Love Dubu point, I actually want to change my analysis of last draft. Because I'm realizing now Grant Attack and Perfect Curves just got two massive power spikes on their characters. I expect them to be able to perform really well this set. It's going to be pretty bad for them if they don't win the set. Not only because there'll be another set down, but also because the side of We Love Dubu got a lot of scaling items that draft. They're playing it a heck of a lot slower. And as they take a second point, it's spooky for Chikara Redemption right now. But they do have dash range on the Zen. They have Manu on the Rune. They can deal a lot of damage and have a lot of area influence right now. They just have to be able to make it work in the face of what is a really, really oppressive game being played by We Love Dubu.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling to get any real checkmate scoring scenarios, it looks like. It's why we see the core just kind of bouncing around quite a lot. But Agnes with the boost rocket gets a kill on a Mike Mart, and this is a huge opportunity for We Love Dubu to clinch the set. Meowsy with a nice back pass to get around Grant Attack and Perfect Curves. Trying to hold it down on the defense here. Oni's Blade comes out from Grant Attack. Boost up. Goes for the flip into the top side, and it'll be good. Chikara Redemption making the 2v3 work as Grant Attack burnt the whole kit for that, but got it done in the end, and they'll put a point up this set.
Grant Attack is, like, kind of a master of making solo offenses work. I think it's been a while since I've seen an OSAS brawler be able to so effectively coordinate an offense with like little to no input from their midfielder. Like Perfect Curves was just the security blanket back there. I think all the abilities burned were by Grant Attack. But that being said, okay, that happened way too fast for me to process what was going on. Meowsy swoops in with the flip. Actually, that was Agnes's flip, and then Meowsy was just the one that confirmed it, securing the set for We Love Dubu. How do we feel about this draft here? I did not expect the set to end that early.
Well, I see Fight or Flight, and we also see Stacks and Rapid, right? Rapid, of course, going to go over to Junk Dogma. Demo picked up here by Mike Mart as a deny, but that's still Fight or Flight going over to Meowsy, which I mean, I would say that's arguably better in most cases. Timeless Creator pick up here from Perfect Curves. It's just more size on the pillars. Prize Fighter from the Zentaro is a deny against Agnes, which I think is pretty good because that just leaves him with Super Surge, which, yeah, it is definitely... the boost is hitting a lot harder, but it doesn't give any like bonus range And I think Prize Fighter is just going to be like more dangerous in general with how many kills Agnes is getting. So I don't know. I think both teams coming out with something good and something kind of eh. But yeah, Meowsy definitely getting Fighter Flight there is, I think, really huge for We Love Dubu.
Yeah, I do. Wait, Meowsy got Fighter Flight. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Grant Attack picked up Prize Fighter. Actually at 0 stacks now after that KO because Agnes is a beast. I feel like there's good builds for Chikara Redemption as they get both barriers. Honestly, the one that's a little lacking right now is Mike Mart, who essentially just has a lot of size. And I don't think that's really doing much, especially against Luna and Kazan, which are really opportunistic. Like, Kazan is just going to hold the core in front of you until you mess up. And Luna can swoop in at any time when you mess up. So I don't think the size is really that much of a buff here, because there's not really a melee character. Like, there's not a get in close, stuff it through you melee character on We Love Dubu. Which is why I fear for the defense of Chikara Redemption. But Mike Mart is holding here. Still has one barrier.
Yeah, but on the power play right now, no Grant Attack on the field. Agnes launching a rocket. And Meowsy actually got to save that barrier with a little bit of a misdirect there, but a huge pillar from Perfect Curves, keeping it held up here as well. Grant Attack looking for the point, though. Junk Dogma able to hold. Agnes boosting up. Perfect Curves able to dodge the rocket and stay alive, though. But now still anyone's point here. A banish coming out from Perfect Curves, with the core not really cooperating. Now Junk Dogma looking to send it back in and bring this second barrier down. Meowsy having to get around the path splitter a bit. A pillar in the way. Perfect Curves trying to go to the top. The black hole blocking off part of the map there. Mike Mart to Perfect Curves. Agnes cutting the pass. Going to the bottom. A pillar getting set up. And those things last forever. A nice teleport from Perfect Curves to send it back around now. Junk Dogma in the 1v2. Finds a clear somehow, and Agnes picks up the KO. The bounce off the wall. It's the second barrier down. Both sides are opened up here. And it's a power play for We Love Dubu. A strike shot to Meowsy. Grant Attack hits it once, but Meowsy wins the strike war and sinks it right in. That's the point for We Love Dubu, and they're 2 away from taking the series.
All right, Lego, I'd like to welcome you to my doctor's office. So I've got a little bit of a diagnosis to make here for what needs to change in the game plan here for Redemption.
I'm listening.
So the doctor says that Agnes has been doing a lot of the killing for We Love Dubu. In fact, essentially all of the killing this game. He's going for another one right now. I think Grant Attack and Perfect Curves should just kill Agnes. I think they can do it. I think they just need to kit dump Agnes. And Agnes should die. I think they're way too focused on core control right now. They've picked up a lot of strong damage items and are not really building for them. And as Agnes flips here, grabs the goal, now We Love Dubu is on match point, series point. If there was ever a time to change the game plan and start playing into this KO comp, now would be the time to do it. Chikara Redemption, now is your time to claim your redemption.
Yeah, I've seen a couple banishes, but not too much follow-up. I saw one right there, but the pillar was misplaced and didn't, it launched them back toward the field rather than off of it there. But yeah, I agree. You could absolutely dump this Luna. But I mean, speaking of which, a nice pillar for Perfect Curves actually takes Meowsy off the field. So now they do have a power play regardless. A nice clear, though, from Agnes. That just buys so much time off the black hole and almost gets the barrier, actually. Now Crater Maker coming out here. Mike Mart forced to move up. And it's Grant Attack barely staying alive off the top spin, but Meowsy is still hunting for this one. Grant Attack in the 1v3. Might just get KO'd here. Trying to get the barrier. Heals just enough, but another kit dump, and that's Zentaro down. Perfect Curves pick up the barrier, though. And an open goal on the side of We Love Dubu. They're hunting for this final one of their own. Agnes on the top side. Meowsy trying to come in. Looking for the strike war, but Mike Mart able to win it. Junk Dogma with the barrage, and that's the barrier gone. Both sides opened up now. Meowsy with the core. It will get cleared out. Junk Dogma, though, sending it back around. Agnes to the bottom. A quick leverage into a strike, and that's Meowsy stealing the game and the series and punching We Love Dubu's ticket to grand finals, where we have waiting, Cloak Oak. Seraphim Oxblood, and this might be a heater of a grands.
I'm crazy excited for grands. I want to talk about what I loved about We Love Dubu's game that they just played. As we can see, Meowsy actually had a lot of redirects. Agnes was taking a lot of shots, like definitely slipping the core into the enemy goal arc. But Meowsy was the one that was holding it there most of the time on offense, along with some support from Junk Dogma from afar. And what I would really describe the We Love Dubu game there is they waged a war of attrition. Meowsy was just there to hold the core in place, and meanwhile Agnes is like taking up posts on a roof nearby with the sniper scope aimed on whoever unfortunate soul decided to step near the wall. And I mean, I liked that Grant Attack grabbed the Vambrace. You know, clearly Redemption tried to anticipate that there was going to be a lot of damage, a lot of blood on the floor of this arena. 8 KOs from Agnes with 20k damage. But Luna is all burst damage, and a lot of those KOs were honestly just knockback, the dash into rocket combo. So the Vambrace ended up not really turning out for Redemption, and instead the game plan for We Love Dubu was able to just go into full swing. I think that they played that game perfectly. I mean, a 9-2. This was definitely a return to form from the first game that we saw. Only one more point to the name of Chikara Redemption. Definitely fantastically played by Chikara Redemption. Lots of really good plays. It was a very fun series to watch. But at the end of the day, it will be We Love Dubu taking the spot in Grand Finals.
Yeah, third place finish, though, for Mike Martin Company. They will all graduate, so definitely an impressive run from them to make it this far and to play this well up to this point. So congratulations to those guys for sure. All veterans,
especially because they've been around.
Yeah, they've been around.
Massive veterans.
They have done their due diligence, and they have made it out. They can move on to bigger and better things here. So congratulations to the third place team, Chikara Redemption. But we're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, our main event, the grand finals, We Love Dubu and Seraphim Oxblood. Stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, everybody, it is time for the grand finals. Seraphim Oxblood coming in from the winner's side versus We Love Dubu, who just ran the gauntlet of the loser's bracket to make it back for the rematch that happened earlier tonight. And well, this is an interesting one. It has been 7 seasons since the Seraphim team has made it to grand finals and won it. And Cloak, this is your first time casting an OSAS grand finals since being on that team and winning OSAS back in season 2. How does it feel to be on the other side of it?
I mean, it seems like really not that long ago, and maybe that's because it wasn't. This game hasn't been around for very long. But yeah, I'm hopeful that I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't hopeful they would follow in my footsteps today and put another trophy in the Seraphim trophy case. But that being said, I do have to admit, watching We Love Dubu that last series did make me fall in love with them as a team. Agnes is just a fun player to watch. I mean, Junk Dogma is great holding it down. Like, I don't want to throw anybody on We Love Dubu under the bus, but Agnes is an absolute joy to watch. So I look forward to seeing him cook more in this series.
Yeah, I mean, Agnes has been kind of making the highlight reels for We Live Dubu, right? But Meowsy and Junk Dogma have just also been playing extremely solid and extremely consistently. We haven't really seen any mistakes out of them. And I was talking with someone earlier, and we kind of said that the criteria you need for a good OSAS team is a forward duo who have a lot of synergy and a good melee goalie. And both of these teams have that. Like, these have been, I think, 2 of the most consistent teams we've seen in a while. Outside of a lot of the OSAS, we've seen one team that's just been absolutely dominating everything. The season's been a little bit more competitive, and I think after what we've seen tonight, this is making for a grand that it's kind of all been leading up to. And getting into game 1 here, Night Market, it's Ariel's Sparko-focused start as we get into the first draft of the final series.
Yeah. So speaking of the criteria to make a good OSAS team, I got to bring up that that has changed drastically from the early seasons of OSAS. I feel like Seraphim Rose Gold and the season 1, 2, and 3 winners of OSAS all scraped by with good skills. We were decent players. But these guys are kind of on a whole nother level. They would wipe the floor with any of the early winners of OSAS any day of the week and twice on Tuesdays. So yeah, definitely it's a much more fun series to watch now. Now that we're getting much more high caliber players that are just a lot more understanding of the game and a lot more creative with how they win it. And yeah, we're on Night Market here. I'm looking at that era. I have to imagine that is Lileus on the era. Definitely, higher levels of play, you wouldn't expect to see the character come out, but Lileus cooks on the pick. Both midfielders picking up mag souls, lots of speed and dash range with that aerials, but both brawlers opting for the spark, as well as too soon grabbing the spark of focus. We're jumping into point 1 right away.
Yeah, and Lileus has been playing pretty consistent midfield here as well, but going up against Agnes, who has been kind of explosive, you could say, where Lileus is a much, I think, more mild-tempered midfielder that just kind of gets it done. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure, as both sides losing both barriers off of really the first offensive push that they were presented with from the opposition. So, I mean, these forward duos from both sides are really going to be cooking, and that's going to be kind of the narrative of the game is can these goalies adapt to the really rather strong forward synergies that we see coming out from both of these teams. And looks like Meowsy going to be the first one to score with a nice shot to the top there, and We Love Dubu will take point 1.
Yeah, we've talked about some of the lore behind some of these players. Meowsy obviously is a veteran in the OSAS community. She's been around here for ages. But something that I do want to bring up is you mentioned to me during break that Agnes is evidently a Tempo Melon disciple, which makes a lot of sense with the playstyle we've seen him whip out tonight. Yeah, this is very Tempo Melon reminiscent. And Lileus is actually originally a Brawler main. In earlier seasons of OSAS, played a lot of Brawler. Showing that off here, getting a KO and the Nightmare, following it up with a double KO. So yeah, I mean, the backstories behind both of these teams is very fascinating.
And they'll get a double barrier off of that power play here. Struggling a little to score the goal, but Knight will get it done with the Whiplash. A bit of chaos on the respawn there for We Love Dubu, but another little bit of lore. They call this map Knight's Market for a reason. And I think normally we see him play a lot of Centauro on this map as well, but playing
I think the place where it got the name, though, was him getting double-digit KOs multiple games in a row on Juliet.
Yeah, I mean, we say it quite a lot. You can't really ban out a Brawler, and you can't ban out a good Brawler for sure. They just have too many options, and, well, here's Knight, flashing around the Rasmus, which, is, it's Rasmus. I don't know what else to say about that. But in a good spot right now, Oxblood with the 2 barriers up to none. Knight able to win a quick 50 there. Not much Junk Dogma can do without a barrage cooldown, and looks like that he didn't have it. So Seraphim Oxblood will go up onto set point here.
Yeah, lots and lots of speed buffs on their team. Like, it's pretty easy for Oxblood to take control of the midfield, especially in the early game. Because you've got this Haste Awakening on Lileus's era, as well as, Nightmare always has that speed buff on the Rasmus secondary. So they can very easily, there's Lileus grabbing the speed gate right there as Knight grabs the second barrier. These guys are just going to rule the midfield for set 1.
Yeah, but now both sides open. Meowsy with the 50, but too soon. Wins the strike war here. A Slime, though, makes it a little unlucky. Too soon with the sword angle. Makes a great stop and gets it back out to the midfield, but Agnes going to be able to send the pass back in. A nice death touch from Knight. Buys a little bit of time, but Meowsy with the dribble. On the bottom side, trying to trip up Lileus, and the Slime in the bottom side. Too many things going too many directions, and it's Agnes' Slime that's actually going to get it done there. We Love Dubu. They'll tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, gotta respect the tie-up, but I also gotta throw some respect to the way of the Soren angle. If someone would have whipped that out in Season 2 of OSAS, people would have lost their crap. Nowadays, it's just another Tuesday for too soon. But wow, what an explosive point. Meowsy, Agnes, and Junk Dogma all 1 cooldown each going into that combo, I believe. And Agnes will be taking the set MVP.
Yeah, and critically, we're seeing 2 Sparks show up here as well. Was a Spark start. Agnes did not take one, though, and probably just going to go for something else on the Juno. The 1-2 punch, always a solid option. But it will be Knight who picks up the Spark of Speed. That's speed and cooldown for the Rasmus. Unstoppable for Junk Dogma, though, is a crucial pickup against a Rasmus forward. Too soon, going for a second Spark of his own. And it'll be Lileus picking up the Haste Awakening on the era. Leaving Meowsy with not much of an option, just picks up the Ad Rush, which is still pretty good for getting those KOs. But that's 2 double Sparks on the side of Oxblood and a double Haste era versus Unstoppable on the goalie and a 1-2 punch on Agnes. So, I mean, both teams, really coming out with some pretty good items there.
Yeah, and I think they're getting rewarded with this double Spark pick right off the bat. I mean, Meowsy did not get much out of that draft at all, whereas Knight and Soon are now scaling to hell. Beautiful secondary strike ward there from Knight will earn them their first point. I'm not sure how I feel about Lileus grabbing another Haste Awakening with Explosive Entrance. I know that was probably a deny away from Meowsy, but that was Monu era on the board. Kind of a little too good to pass up, especially on Night Market, where that Tornado takes up the entire lane if you have that Awakening. But definitely having more speed, if you want to be a little bit more of a team player and grab that, by all means. I'm not going to criticize it too harshly. It's just not what I would have picked.
They'll be running fast for sure. Meowsy with a top spin to dribble here. A Slime interrupting the death touch from Knight. So trying to get off their side of the field, but Meowsy looking for the breakaway. Goes for the strike. And I mean, that's just classic Kazan, right? You lose the strike where you just hook it back and go to the other direction. And that's what Meowsy just did. Nothing Too Soon could do about that, really. And We Love Dubu. They'll just be tying it right back up. And I mean, energy's about even too. So far, these points have just been about neck and neck.
Yeah, Agnes is doing a really good job of using that Juno jump with the dash range to catch these rotations. I mean, it's really easy for Oxblood to rotate the core around with all the speed they've got at their disposal. But Agnes is doing a good job keeping up. The barrier offense is currently even for now. Nightmare not able to find much purchase there as Junk Dogma runs up. Lilias burning the flip there, but nothing found.
And Nightmare about to have a flip up of his own, but still about to be 3 on the side. We Love Dubu burns the flip kind of early here. Doesn't get the barrier, but gets the goalie flip, which can be good as well. Now pushing in the top side. Knight able to bring down the barrier with a bit of size buff there from Lele's. And Meowsy now looking to return the favor. A core flip on the barrier. Is going to be able to pick it up past the expanse. Agnes jumping down to the bottom side. A top spin doesn't quite catch the core. And Lele's but gets tripped up by the strike shot. And now Agnes trying to catch the core. Sending it in with the slime. A nice clear from Too Soon. Gets it back to Nightmare now. Doesn't line up the pendulum swing. And Meowsy and Agnes coming back to reconvert. The astral projection sends it a bit away. But a core flip is available for the Juno. Has the core in the middle. Nightmare and Lele's, though, working their way up the field. Core flip gets burnt early. And now it's just the slimes in the way. Too Soon makes the clear. Getting rotated back around with the slimes. Once again, trying to steal it in overtime with the 1-2 punch. Nightmare dribbling. Goes to the top. Lele's with the beam, but Junk Dogma saves it away. And now the tornado coming out. Pushes the goalie out of the way. That leaves the top of the net open. Lele's able to sink it in. The missed position. Well, not even a missed position. Lele's just forced him out of the way with the NATO and Oxblood. They'll bring it to set points.
I've got to praise multiple things Leleus did that point. So right there at the end, we got to see fantastic NATO, pushed goalie and midfielder out of position, as Meowsy actually picks up an ad rush proc right there and opens both barriers. Wow, explosive play here from We Love Doobie. But Leleus also, keep an eye on this, will back pass when they're contesting Meowsy in the midfield, which I think is very smart. Meowsy actually calling out the core flip there and tying up the set in We Love Dubu's favor. But yeah, if Leleus was on the board, would not have been nearly as easy. That was a really nice taking advantage of the power play from Meowsy and Agnes. But the back pass, when you're going up against a Kazan, is very smart. He kind of doesn't have a response to it unless he reads that you're going to do it. And you bait out a lot of cooldowns. Because, I mean, usually he'll just hook right in front of you. But if you back pass, obviously the core is not there anymore. Really well played by Oxblood, but it is We Love Dubu who are the ones scoring points right now.
Yeah, tied up yet again. Same story as last set, and this is going to be one of those games, it looks like. Meowsy with the pop-up, but Lele defends it with a nice strike war against it. And the core coming right back around to Knight. The NATO to try and keep possession, but Junk Dogma will find a gap on the bottom side. Now Knight with the whiplash into a dribble. Junk Dogma still managing to hold now in a 1v3, but Knight finds the gap, and that's the goal open now. The death touch comes out. Agnes able to cut the pass here. Give Meowsy the core back, looking to dribble up the expanse from Too Soon. Shuts it down. Core flip from Knight. The barrage comes out. Goes for the dribble into pendulum swing. Nightmare thinking on his feet. This is why they call it Knight's Market. And that's Oxblood taking a set of their own. Some really quick thinking from Nightmare. Saw the barrage cooldown get used and just tripped Junk Dogma up. Scrambled him left and right.
He tripped me up. I didn't think that angle was possible. Yeah, I mean, we've seen clips of Vaughn doing the exact same thing with Estelle primary, showing up in, like, Nassel highlights. So, there's that for you. Fantastic draft here, though, for both sides. I don't think really anybody is upset. Cast to last on Leleus is a really nice pickup in last pick, though. Like, for being last in the draft, getting cast last with 2 Haste Awakenings is a big, big buff. But everybody else got a lot of CDR, a lot of speed. Too Soon grabbed peak performance with Spark of Rezil still on the table, so that's potentially a very big threat of scaling from them, in addition to, you know, the Spark synergy they already had. And with a... Okay, wow, what a passing play there between Leleus and Knight. Another quick point for Seraphim Oxblood.
Really good shot placement there from Knight. But yeah, Too Soon is set up for a really giga Atlas build. Going to have speed and just loads of cooldown if he does end up getting that triple spark, which is really what you want on Atlas here. And a strong start here from Oxblood once again as they'll open up the set, or the point rather, with a quick barrier. And they're looking to push for more. Meowsy able to pick one up on the return though. Agnes pushing up as well. And that'll be the second barrier for Oxblood gone. Pass up to Lele's here on the top side. Nice clear from Agnes. Gets it around. Meowsy dashing down. Doesn't quite grab the core here, but may have another opportunity. And in fact, they will. A nice bank off the corner. Keeps it red core as well. And Meowsy able to win the strike war against Too Soon and tie the game up yet again.
Yeah, that's that Deadeye pickup from Agnes there. Makes those Juno blobs able to red core on their own as long as you're proccing 1-2 punch. And yeah, there they go, sending the core at unprecedented speeds once more. Agnes is doing a really, really good job piloting this Juno character, and Meowsy is doing a fantastic job capitalizing on the core speed.
Yeah, but right now, an open goal on the side of We Love Dubu. And the NATO coming out in the corner. Everyone getting stuffed there, but the core just barely slipping out. Core flip from Lele's is committed. Core flip from Too Soon from the midfield, trying to get it tonight. But Agnes doing a good job on the defense and getting in the way of that pass. But now Knight, once again, looking for an opportunity here. Junk Dogma up to the top. A death touch from Knight. Steals it away. Misses it, though. A bit of a Kaz. But all good. Might have another shot here. Never mind. Lele's just sticks it right through. Wins the strike war. How OP is striking second? I mean, okay. Seraphim Oxblood on set point.
Another drop in the bucket of Knight's market. I just now fully processed the level difference here. Knight is the highest level in the lobby. 2 and 3 levels above the forwards of We Love Dubu, respectively, and even a level above their goalie. I mean, this guy is freaking cooking right now.
Here's a NATO from Lele's, able to bring down the first barrier for Oxblood in their favor. Meowsy looking to fire back. Lele's coming back on the defense. Core flip from Magnus gets a double, though. And now Knight looking for something on the return. Doesn't find much, though. Lele's pushing up on the offense. A slime pass from Agnes to Meowsy. So goes for the crook to leverage. Too Soon with the expanse. Going to block that shot. And now a magical maelstrom getting set up. Trying to push it through. The core just bouncing right back now. Agnes jumping down to the bottom side. Meowsy trying to catch up with the core. All 3 members of Oxblood on the defense. A nice strike from Lele's. Core flip from Meowsy. And Lele's once again blocking it with the beam. But staggered here. Has to stand in the Atlas ult for just a bit to heal up. A great ult from Too Soon to keep the midfielder alive. Meowsy with the core. Goes for the top spin. The cooldown's too much. The expanse came out again. And now we're in overtime. Lele's and Knight trying to still bring down this final barrier. A death touch from Knight gets blocked by the barrage. Meowsy tries to go for a nice strike war, but can't win the 1v2. Might have another opportunity here. Dribbles off the top Too Soon, able to clear it out onto the bottom. A Giga Blast sends it back up. A crook leverage into a strike in the expanse. Just a little bit late from Too Soon. We Love Dubu. Set point, tied up, 1-1.
Yeah, We Love Dubu is looking really, really strong this set. I didn't even process, but Junk Dogma did also pick up Unstop, which does just limit Knight's scoring options. It doesn't seem to be giving Knight too many problems, but I'm sure we'll see at least a few moments where that Awakening pick pays off as the barriers go down for We Love Dubu. Another Strike War win from Leleus!
And there's another set for Seraphim Oxblood. 2-1 now in set score. Knight, the MVP after hitting Omega before anyone else in the lobby here. And here's our draft. Spark of Resilience showing up, but Too Soon all the way at the back. Probably won't be getting it. But Egoist, Big Fish team player, a lot of crazy stuff here. Nightmare, faced with a decision, will go for the Spark of Resilience. Just going to take the triple Spark. I think that's a good pick here. Team player will go to the Kai. Timeless Creator on the Era. Maybe a bit of a mispick. It kind of denies the Juno, but Agnes gets Egoist anyway. Size on Meowsy and Missile Prop will just be settled for on the Atlas. I don't know, Cloak. What do you think of that pick?
I'm more worried about Agnes taking Egoist instead of letting it fall to Meowsy to get Kata Ego. Yes, Size on Kazan is valuable, but it's not better than Kata Ego valuable. Yeah, what was Leleus's alternative to Timeless? Because it is a good
Egoist.
pickup on Era. Egoist, yes,
Egoist,
yeah,
the
Egoist. The Egoist should have never even been available
Lele's
to
took
Agnes.
it over Egoist, yeah.
But, yeah, really, yeah, good point. But Agnes did take it, so it's not the worst scenario for Oxblood. At least until the core ends up in the back of their net. Yeah, this Size Kazan is going to be difficult in the strike department. A little bit hard to take one-on-one interactions with that man.
Yeah, definitely going to have to be relying on some of that cooldown and extra range now on the Astro Projection to just keep the core away from Meowsy as much as possible. But Knight, on the other hand, is absolutely cooking with the triple spark plus prime time. I'd like to see Knight kind of use that first pendulum swing maybe a little bit early just to get rid of the unstoppable, because with that extra cooldown, like, you can kind of afford to do that now. You can just like hit Junk Dogma every couple, like whenever the unstop comes up before you get the core. It's like an option. But we'll see here. Core flip's getting burnt from Oxblood. Not getting too much, but getting out of a situation. Meowsy, though, with the flip of her own, going to pick up that second barrier. Now Knight trying to make something happen, but a flip from Junk Dogma gets the team player speed and gets it back up to the forwards here. Agnes trying to send it in. Meowsy is staggered, though. Agnes jumping in, though, wins the strike war mid-jump, and will be able to sink it in. That's the point for We Love Dubu, and, oh, it's 2-0 now in We Love Dubu's favor. This might be going to a set 5.
Yeah, even though I don't think We Love Dubu navigated that draft correctly, they still got some really, really strong awakenings. And this team player in particular is allowing them to just extend the core speed advantage that Agnes was already providing them. So the longer these points go on, the stronger We Love Dubu get. And even in the meantime, Meowsy with this size is a force to be reckoned with, even without overtime.
Seeing a little bit of consequences, though, of Knight not having size of his own. There's a few pendulum swings that are just a bit too short on Tiny Rasmus. Definitely costing them a little bit of momentum here. A nice save, though, from Too Soon. Agnes with the egoist speed, looking to reconvert, get it back to Meowsy. Too Soon will be able to clear it off a bank from the wall, and now Lele's chasing up to the top side of the core, goes for the beam, hits a few people. They're trying to keep the pressure up, but a nice save from Junk Dogma against the astral projection. Now Too Soon scurrying back to the goal box, it's just a little too late. Agnes is there with the flip, and that's an open goal on the side of Oxblood. Agnes looking for the strike force, going to be able to find it and win it, and that's We Love Dubu, bringing game 1 to a set 5.
Yeah, just a fantastic capitalization on the overextension of Oxblood's back line there by Agnes. Jumped in as soon as they were too far ahead. Now has to face... this is a terrifying draft to navigate.
Oh my.
Yeah, you have the hot shot on the board, but Agnes is already red coring a lot of the time. I absolutely think Fight or Flight is the right pick here. I love that Agnes was willing to practice some self-control there. Go for the Fight or Flight. Twin Drive on Atlas, never going to be bad. Chrono Boost on Kai, never going to be bad. There's the size on Knight that you're talking about. That's the big win from this draft in my eyes. As well as perfect form, falling all the way back to Leleus. Leleus has been landing pretty good ults pretty consistently. It does just reset Era's kit if you land an ult. So yeah, Leleus is going to have these massive primaries and secondaries that do so much thanks to Cast Last and all those haste awakenings. Even more often now, thanks to perfect form.
Yeah, it's wild that draft was so loaded that perfect form made it all the way down to the bottom. But yeah, Knight being able to get the size there is absolutely massive. Even if it did leave stacks from Meowsy, you needed size on that Rasmus so badly. And oh my, Junk Dogma with a strike shot saves it. Oh, an absolute steal of a point there. Knight still trying to work for something. We'll be able to get it through the unstoppable being down there. And Nightmare will be able to pick up the point regardless. But some solid defense showing up for We Love Dubu for a moment. But it will be shared from Oxblood, striking first here in set 5.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of energy at their disposal here. A flip gets burned by Meowsy right there, in fact, and immediately blocked away by the Era ult, leaving even more of a flip advantage. But there's the player advantage as they find a KO onto Too Soon. What on earth?
And Nightmare forced back to the goal box. So Lele's with the flip gets the barrier of his own now. Agnes passed down to Meowsy, and Knight can't get there in time. Just a bit late on the whiplash. Meowsy sinks it in to tie it right back up. 1-1 in set 5 after a crazy goalie KO. This game is going all the way.
Was that an Agnes Juno blob, by the way, that killed Too Soon? I think that was a Juno primary.
I think it might have been.
Deadeye Juno primary.
Yeah, that's crazy. But now core flips are up. Knight gonna burn it kind of early on. Not gonna get too much, but rotates it back around to the top side. A nice barrage from Junk Dogma saves it once, but Lele's able to pick up the first barrier regardless. Now Meowsy and Agnes are looking for a chance on the open goal, but Too Soon picks up the KO onto a core flip ready Juno, and that's huge. They do lose the barrier, but they have a power play to work with. The astral projection coming out. Meowsy almost gets taken off the field and gets back to Knight now, looking for the strike to be able to find it. Both sides opened up. A core flip burnt by Meowsy, who is super low. And Knight's hunting for the KO. Barely getting saved, though. Agnes with the slimes in the way. The expanse comes out. Hook from Meowsy. Sends it to the bottom. Gets hit, stunned, and Meowsy sets him up. Agnes with another KO onto the goalie with the slime. And it's We Love Dubu bringing it now to match point.
Yeah, we're getting to see multiple abilities that are usually not considered that scary in the KO department be showed off here with Too Soon, 130 power Atlas with Missile Prop, and Agnes with this absolutely terrifying Deadeye Juno Slime, both picking up multiple KOs. This is a surprisingly bloody game.
Oh yeah, this is a very intense game for sure. Nightmare on the bottom side, can get beat by Meowsy, has the whiplash. Bit of a tricky situation, but Agnes able to clear it out. Now Too Soon versus Meowsy in the midfield. Agnes jumping in is going to get the second barrier. Nightmare with the flip, though, dribbling up the field. Core flip in the corner, goes to the bottom. Banks the core flip and sinks it with the pendulum swing. Calls out Junk Dogma's insta flip and absolutely punished. It is all tied up. Set 5.5 for Oxblood and We Love Dubu.
Yeah, about as good as we can get for a start off to this grand final series. Meowsy is rocking full 150 stacks right here. Might get KO'd though, has no evade, not looking great in the stagger department. But it is all three members of Oxblood on defense now, scrambling to clear this core and make a play of their own. The power play will give them that opportunity.
Meowsy off the field here, and Knight looking for something. Might have a chance at one barrier. Lele's able to pick that one up. Knight with the whiplash, going to get a second one. It's an open goal. Knight going to the bottom. Junk Dogma's there in time. A Giga Blast sends Knight off the map, though. Now it's a power play the other direction. One barrier still up for Seraphim Oxblood, though. Meowsy rotating to the top side, but a Magical Maelstrom coming in is going to buy quite a lot of time. Lele's with the flip available, trying to get to this core as Knight comes back online. They're pushing to this bottom side. A barrage buys a bit of time here. But We Love Dubu has to convert on this barrier. It could all be over. The bottom side, Too Soon versus Agnes. Meowsy going for the crook leverage, but it gets back to Knight, who's looking for the breakaway. The Giga Blast sends thing awry, though, and gets it back around to Meowsy as we go into overtime. The slime picks up the barrier. Core flip from Lele's, goes to the top. Core flip from Junk Dogma, sends it back around, and now it's Nightmare with the dribble. Junk Dogma off the center, and a pendulum swing from Knight sinks it in. That's game one, going to Seraphim Oxblood. 2-3, 2-3. What a match.
Yeah, a very, very lovely tap in off the angled wall from Knight there. I can't help but think that them killing Meowsy and resetting the stacks that point was very, very helpful in ending the game there.
That was
and wow, yeah, looking at this stat line, both goalies doing so much, almost 100 saves towards each of their names. Agnes definitely having to put a lot more work in on the defense, 202 redirects, 25 saves. Both teams picking up a lot of goals. In fact, We Love Dubu scored one more goal that game than Seraphim Oxblood did, but Oxblood just scored the goals clumped together enough to take the set wins. So yeah, I mean, definitely either one of those teams winning would have been well-deserved. That's as close as we can get, and we're just now starting grand finals, Lego.
Oh yeah. And I mean, with bracket reset in play as well, if We Love Dubu does end up taking the series, they have a chance to reset it, and take the whole thing. But Oxblood, with that one win, right? They just need one more game, one more win here, and the whole thing is theirs. We Love Dubu has a lot more work, of course, to do with that game one loss, especially with how close it was, and they had to make the whole losers bracket run, so they must be feeling the weight of that after all of these games for sure. But yeah. Some pretty impressive stat lines. Knight had the most second most redirects outside of Junk Dogma, but on a brawler, that's definitely pretty impressive.
There's actually a more impressive stat on Knight's stat line, which is 94 shots.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
That, normally the midfielder is the one making shots. I mean, just take a look at Agnes, right? 89 shots, only just behind Knight. Knight was, like, pretty much the sole offensive player in terms of like keeping possession on offense. Leleus did a lot in the midfield, but as soon as it was on the enemy side of the board, it was all Knights to deal with, and he essentially just took it and ran with it. Really, really impressive stuff from this brawler.
Yep, and game 2 is gonna be on Atlab, so another relatively standard map here. It's actually it's Night Market Atlab Tycho, so it's kind of a. I feel like we see that lineup for a series quite often. So nothing insane with the map picks, but yeah, I'm interested to see. I mean, it was such a close match, and I imagine this one's going to be about the same, and it can really go any direction. But if there was anything you think that they're gonna, either side is gonna be like trying to change up, do you think there's gonna be any? Do you think that We Love Dubu is gonna try and pull out something wild here? I mean, Agnes has played a different character just about every match at this point, but you think they'll bring the Luna back out?
I do think that the Luna could be a really valuable tool in the tool belt. I think that a more valuable play for them to look at, for We Love Dubu to look at, is pick banning too soon. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe that Dubu and Atlas are his two main characters. I don't think I don't know if he's uncomfortable off of those characters, but maybe you take a look at the Awakenings, you ban the second best melee goalie, and Junk Dogma plays the best one, leaving, maybe a little bit of a goalie advantage for We Love Dubu. Because I don't think you can ban Knight in any way that truly matters. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, no.
And Leleus has a wide enough character pool from what I've seen that I mean, you can ban the picks that matter off Leleus. Maybe, it's a good Estelle start. What map are we headed to again? We're headed to Atlab right now.
Oh, yeah.
I do think there's some valuable picks you can take away from Leleus. I think you could also, target the midfield ban. You need to stay off of Knight, though. I think the biggest thing for We Love Dubu is they need to not get baited by the fact that, Knight is doing so much, because you can't ban him. You can't.
Yeah, I think he's just going to kind of cook whenever he has the chance. Your best chance at beating Knight in any meaningful way is to just, KO him. Which is why I think that the Luna might be a thing, because Agnes has gotten quite a lot of kills on that character tonight already. And especially with a character like Zentaro, I feel like Zentaro is weirdly a character that is kind of easy to kill, because it's like you kind of know where he's going to end up being. You can see where he's dashing to, unlike with Estelle or something. There's a lot of characters you can kind of punish who dash too close to a wall, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing that again. But yeah, it leaves, of course, a lot of things into question. Meowsy, of course, has a lot of options as well. You can't really ban her out. So we're really just kind of banning around Awakenings more than anything, which haven't rolled yet, so we don't know what those quite are.
Again, to appreciate the difference between OSAS now and my season of OSAS, both teams in grand finals in OSAS Season 2, it was essentially both goalies were recently reformed one-tricks. Both midfielders were recently reformed one-tricks, and both brawlers were recently reformed two-tricks. So, banning was a massive, massive threat back in the day. Nowadays, these teams have to be much more tactical. You got to look at the map, you have to look at the Awakenings, and you have to look at, maybe there's slight differences in how comfortable these players are on one character or another. But I think for the most part, it's all about the high-level strategic decisions of what is going to be good in this game, not what is going to be good on this player.
Yeah. And Awakenings are in built diff extra special. So side start, happy star. And I don't know. To me, you might just honestly, I don't want to see Luna on an extra special start, knowing what Agnes does, right? So I think there's a big argument for just banning out the Luna. But of course, built different, it's going to be a bit of a big brawler moment, right? We could honestly see a Rasmus ban come out from We Love Dubu just against Knight, because I think like, yeah, all the brawlers love size, right? But Rasmus gets like quite a lot more value out of it. So we'll have to see for sure. I think those might be, unless I'm forgetting something, those might be like the two most on paper like valuable bans.
Yes.
But we'll see what they go for. Yeah.
I think that also leaves Meowsy Kazan on the table, which I think would be a really valuable pickup here. I could definitely just see Meowsy running back to Kazan. I think she's been playing it well for the most part. Maybe, a few cooldowns here, trying to like read a little bit too hard, but for the most part, really creative with the ability usage on offense, and especially working around a melee goalie, which I think is like the thing that Kazan is good at. So you're going up against Too Soon, who's been doing fantastic work in the goal box. If you stick Meowsy up there and she's able to work around that melee goalie on Kazan, which she's been cooking on, that puts We Love Dubu in a very good place on offense.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of melee goalies, right? Dubu and Mako, both big fans of the Happy Star. Junk Dogma and Too Soon, respectively, both, I think, have those options available. So, could be a good angle to go at from that point of view. We see Junk Dogma play quite a bit of this Kai tonight, but I know he's got the Mako, and I believe the Dubu as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that comes back out. This could be, if we assumed Luna gets banned, what if it's just like Rune, Kazan, Mako?
Rune, Kazan, Mako.
For we love Dubu.
Rune is the weird point.
Maybe
of that
maybe
team.
it's not. Well, maybe it's not Rune then. Maybe it's Juno again.
Yeah, I think that bringing out the Juno, or didn't we see Agnes on Kai?
Well, it's extra special. Remember, it's extra special.
It's extra special. Okay,
yeah,
extra special Rune
is like pretty.
Maybe
nutty.
you set up a bunch of banish kill combos. Yeah, there's a world. There's a world.
Zon is Asher.
Yeah, that
it's
could
Mako,
be pretty impressive
Asher,
too.
Rune with the extra special start and built diff on the Asher.
Yeah, if you have the Mako behind you, I think you can make that work with the extra speed for sure.
All right, but it's coming out now. Lele's does have a vice, by the way. That hover is like kind of bait, but this guy does have a vice. And on an extra special start, that might be real. It's just something we haven't seen a lot of recently, but it could be an Estelle pick here. Looks like Too Soon going for the Atlas again. They will, in fact, be banning out the Luna, so we were right there. I'll see what the other ban comes out from We Love Dubu is. No ban. Okay. Well, okay, so it's just Luna banned. So Knight actually going to pick the Asher up here. Oh, it was Rasmus ban. Okay, they just did it in chat. So Luna Rasmus, I called it. I'll take the points on that prediction. But yeah.
I do think that that's smart. Like, I think if you were going to ban any brawler, you would ban the Rasmus. It does prevent the Rasmus Estelle here, which would have been very disgusting if Oxblood had picked it up. But that being said, it looks like they're going to get the next best thing, which is Asher Estelle, another notorious offensive duo that shows up all over the place in high-level play. I think that it's particularly deadly in like the mid elo as well, what we're witnessing right now, because a lot of goalies just really struggle to get creative with clear angles, and Asher and Estelle abuse both of the really common clear angles. So it makes the enemy goalie think a lot. That being said, Junk Dogma has been cooking in the goal box tonight. I think that if there's anybody who can handle having an Asher on the wall in front of you and an Estelle holding all of the out clears, it's him. And as we jump into game 2, it looks like your prediction of the Rune Kazan is actually what we're looking at for We Love Dubu.
Yeah, I think the extra special Rune is just really, really valuable. It's a huge power spike. You can just banish off kickoff. You can banish, just so often that it becomes very difficult to track it down. Especially you have Meowsy, who is going to give you so many options to score on the Kazan around the Atlas. Too Soon's going to really, really have a challenge to defending an open net, which might have to right now, as both barriers are in fact down for both sides, and Meowsy looking for this core. Gonna overshoot it just a bit here as it gets sent back out to Knight. Lele's with a pass up to the Asher here in the top corner, looking to force it through. The burial beam will be enough to get it through the log, and Seraphim Oxblood will be striking first.
Yeah, some very nice just maneuvering of the core around the forwards of We Love Dubu by Oxblood there. I think the big challenge in this game for Oxblood is going to be Leleus taking advantage of having, all of this extra range and mobility in the midfield that neither of the forwards of We Love Dubu have. But it's going to be difficult. I think Leleus' strengths mainly lie on hardcore defense and hardcore offense. I think that he's a little less comfortable out here in the midfield, but he synergizes really nicely with his goalie and forward. So we'll see if that becomes a bit of a problem in the midfield as both the barriers go down for Oxblood. And a nice hook into strike from Meowsy will grab the goal, tie up the set.
Yeah, nice call out on that down clear from Too Soon, who may have released the core just a little bit too soon there. But yeah, tying it up yet again here in the early stages of this game as the Banish coming out from Agnes, looking to target down Knight, it looks like, and Meowsy dashing up after him. They'll pick up one barrier here with the Tofu Fortress, and they've got 2 flips to work with. Nice defense, gets it back to Knight, but Knight is running for his life. Both flips burnt. Oh, sorry, no, just one flip burnt, my bad. From Meowsy, looking for the KO, and they will find it, but now it's Meowsy who's actually quite hurt. A Banish coming out from Agnes. It's the core and the goalie there. It's just buying a bit of time for Nightmare to come back online, though. And Meowsy still staggered, running around for her life. Nightmare looking for a little vengeance KO here. It's actually Lele's who picks it up with the Estelle combo. As Oxblood now seeks to capitalize on this power play and bring down this barrier. Too Soon pushed all the way up, learned everything he knows from Mexi, and brings down that barrier. Just does it himself. And that'll be both barriers down now for Oxblood, as well as a Banish, the double Banish, and everything falling apart. Meowsy with the core. Agnes, the sleeper agent, walked up, got the double Banish, and the barrier just dropped. And Oxblood's whole life just flashed before their eyes right there.
Agnes also putting up the taunt, drawing full kit dumps from Leleus and Knight, but they didn't even get the kill because Meowsy just slipped behind their back line and took the 1v1 with Too Soon. Yeah, Agnes being both the punching bag and the puncher for that last point. But now the barriers are down for We Love Dubu, and it's a potential tie-up of the set for Oxblood.
Force flip there from Junk Dogma, and they'll pick up one barrier. A Banish comes out onto Lele's. The Tofu Fortress burnt on defense. Core flip from Soon is blocked, and they'll lose the barrier, and that's a KO, though, from Lele's and Knight, taking Agnes off the field. Knight with the flip on the line, goes to the top side. It's good, and Seraphim Oxblood tie it up again on set points.
That is really fantastic brawler awareness from Knight there. He just made a play that I would have... Junk Dogma rolled there, predicting what I thought Knight was going to do. What I would have done in that situation, which would have been wrong, which is do the extra strike and walk further up into the goal box with that flip. Dubu's going to roll on top of you. You're never going to get that off. It's not going to work. I wouldn't have seen that, but Knight is a better player than I am. Spotted that and immediately... was able to grab the goal as a result of that. Really nice awareness from the brawler. But now we get to see Meowsy cook as the barriers open up for Oxblood.
A core flip pass here from Lele's. Knight gets the barrier, but gets banished and get KO'd for that one. Pays for it with his life here. And it's a power play on the open goal for We Love Dubu. Junk Dogma with the pass in. Lele's cutting it off, though, and buying as much time as he can for Knight to come back. A quick leverage from Meowsy. Shut down by Too Soon. The dash goes wide as well. Another nice clear, but Meowsy still with the core available. Pillar sends it back in. He's going to win the strike war. The press the point, sending out of the Atlas's hitbox. And that will be set 1, going to We Love Dubu.
Yeah, We Love Dubu. Very nice clutch up on that set. It was spooky there for a second, but I think they did a very nice job grabbing the banner offense. I thought that they were going to have difficulty getting it into the barrier, but it looks like Agnes is, just doing a good enough job in the midfield that it's not too much of a problem. It is actually a wait in the draft from Junk Dogma, denying the twin drive away from this Atlas. Very smart move. Size goes to Meowsy. Hotshot goes to Leleus. Not too much left for Knight. Stagger Swagger's never a bad pickup, though. In fact, on this map, I would say it's really valuable. You can take a lot of damage, and you can even walk into the black hole for free and essentially not get punished.
And that's a tough draft there. Lele's kind of felt like he needed to deny that hot shot, which I think is a good call. But I think if you're too soon, honestly, I think you just take the fight or flight and just get the slick speed. Because now Agnes has it, and this guy's gotten it just about every game, and it's just such a dangerous awakening to have no matter what. But yeah, it's a good draft overall for kind of everyone. So we'll just have to see how they cook here. Both barriers down on the side of Oxblood, though. They're trying to get a barrier here of their own. 1-0 in that regard, and Agnes winning some strike wars down the field. Core will get back to Knight here, but just going to get lost just a little bit away. Agnes teleporting up, a pass to Meowsy. Correct leverage in, the expanse is there, and too soon, though. Traps himself just a little bit, can't find the angle, and it's going to go right in. We love Dubu. Going up 1-0 in set 2.
I didn't even fully process that Meowsy does have 2 size awakenings. This is a massive, massive Kazan, and you can just do so much with that. Like, I mean, I was talking about We Love Dubu really, going to be struggling to have some midfield presence. I feel like Meowsy actually has a lot of midfield presence now with so much range on these abilities. Like, look, she's able to come all the way back here and bully Knight off of the core. It's not going to keep Knight out of the play because he's got Stagger Swagger, but it is going to get the core off of him and give another offensive opportunity to We Love Dubu.
And core flips up for the goalies here, and Nightmare, a beautiful res from Too Soon after Nightmare got KO'd from the black hole. Everyone's going to stay alive after that great reaction from the Atlas. The core flip's coming up all around now. It's Junk Dogma trying to defend on the open goal. A pass down to Agnes, but sends it back up to the piercing shot! Lele's was trying to cut the pass and was late on it, but Agnes just sent it right back to him, and it got sent in. So it will be Seraphim Oxblood stealing the point now, as it's 1-1.
I gotta keep my eyes on Leleus. He's clearly doing something right, because he's level 6.
Ooh.
But I haven't caught... Well, yeah, that was a nasty combo, the Banish into Tofu Fortress. Leleus just grabs the barrier with the piercing shot. That's a hot shot moment right there. I'm going to keep my eye out. Leleus is doing something right. I mean, he's doing a lot right, but I just don't know what he's doing that's like gotten him up to level 6.
Yeah. Quite a lot of just interactions, but with Knight back and an open goal here, a nice crook leverage from Meowsy kept it from getting down to Lele's there, which would have been a point, so some good heads-up play there from the Brawler. But now Too Soon on the defense yet again. Core flip from Lele's, but traded with Agnes's flip. Sends it up to Meowsy. The expanse, though, sends it back around to Knight. Astral projection here, trying to get it past the Kazan, the pop-up, but a great patience on the strike from Too Soon is able to clear it out of there. And Meowsy going at this barrier once again. Banished from Agnes. Lele's pass to Knight. A pillar, though, passes it back to Meowsy, but Too Soon gets it back to Knight yet again. Can't quite get an angle on the projectiles there, but up in overtime now. In the top corner, the Tofu Fortress is committed. Junk Dogma's able to clear it out of there. Meowsy with the core, getting knocked back by the Astral Projection here. Able to recover and get the barrier. Pays for it with her life, though. And now Agnes with the core, trying to 1v3. The Banish comes out, gets the goalie, but Too Soon able to make the clear just in time. And it gets rotated back around as they wait for the Brawler to come back. Knight, though, with a flip available. Bit of a bad blink, though, from Lele, so they're going to have to try that one again. Sets the piercing shot. Junk Dogma able to defend. Knight whiffs the flip. And Too Soon just waiting, trying to find a shot. Meowsy goes to the top, but Too Soon deflects it, and Lele's can't get it away from the Kazan, unfortunately. The crook leverage too much, and it's Meowsy who's able to ultimately take the point here, and that's We Love Dubu on set point.
Yeah, Meowsy just rules these corners. And, I mean, when you have that much size on Kazan, good Kazan players can react with any number of size awakenings. They can react with pretty much all of their abilities. Meowsy, at this point, can react to anything. Like, she's already been doing really, really good in these corners, but now she's almost unstoppable if the core gets into her effective range. So yeah, really, really dangerous offensive pressure from We Love Dubu. Deadly, could even tie up the series for them and perhaps lead them to a bracket reset.
Nice expanse from Too Soon, able to block that point here. So Soup coming out in the midfield, a pillar sends it up, but Too Soon able to recover it, and now Meowsy, though, with the core, gets hit by the Astral Projection. Lele's bringing it back down to this barrier, but Agnes able to rotate around, and Meowsy with another crooked leverage, a shot to the bottom, and it'll be good. We love Dubu. Now taking a set of their own, up 2-0 in sets. And Meowsy going to be the MVP.
Yeah, there's potential for so much here. I think it's a rapid fire grab. That's what I'm eyeing here in this position is Kazan. I mean, she's been doing so much with the primaries already. I don't think you need speed. Okay, she likes speed. Stacks on stacks. You know what? When you like speed, you like speed. I'm not gonna judge it too hard. It does mean that Leleus doesn't get hardly anything out of this draft, though. That's honestly the biggest thing about that stacks pickup is that Leleus is a pretty much left hell or high water, and Agnes, meanwhile, gets to run away with Castellast. That was a solidly won draft for We Love Dubu.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, Leleus has some investment into the future, but We Love Dubu got a lot of stuff that's going to help them right now, which is what you want when you're up 2 sets, right? Nightmare does get a KO here to start a power play, and Oxblood going to get a double barrier off of that. But it could be their last opportunity to make this a 2-game series now. Too soon trying to get it past the forwards here. The banish going to go a bit wide from Agnes. Nightmare looking for the KO. Doesn't quite find it. Too soon versus the pillar. The pillar is going to win, and that's the barrier gone. And now an open goal on the side of Oxblood. Knight down to Lele's. They're working their way up the field, but overshoots the blink just a bit, and it gets back to Meowsy now. Agnes doesn't quite line up the pillar. A piercing shot, not quite able to find it. Lele's with the core once again. Thorns coming out to the log. The banish on top of Knight. The pass splitter comes out. They're trying to force it in. Knight almost makes it, but Junk Dogma holds it down. But Lele's, though, with the rebound, is able to force it through Agnes. And Oxblood will score first here in set 3.
Yeah, a really nice attempt from Knight with the barrier beam mix-up dribble. But Jump Dogma read that line for line, beat for beat. Luckily, Leleus there to capitalize on the rebound. What a nasty 3-person banish from Agnes. The Atlas ult gets burned in an effort to just recuperate after that play. And they actually managed to snag a power play on the other side of it.
And all 3 core flips getting burnt as well, though. They managed to hold that barrier down. Did burn a lot of energy for it here, but now pushing up hard. That's going to be a double. They forced it around the rune pillar and got both. And now Oxblood with an open goal opportunity. Lele's up to Knight. Goes to the bottom. The strike shot saves it. Knight going to set up the pass splitter here. A piercing shot from Lele's. KO's the goalie, though. And it's another power play for Seraphim. Oxblood. Knight with the core pass to Lele's. Too soon also up in midfield trying to make something happen, but the forwards then that so far holding it down. Meowsy with the Soren angle and hooks it right back, and we are back in business. Junk Dogma is back online now. The defense holds for We Love Dubu, and now they're pushing for a barrier of their own. Double banish comes out, but gets the core as well. The top spin from Meowsy, though, it'll be good, and that's both sides opened up. The soup coming out from Junk Dogma. Core flip from Magnus. Tries to send it, but Layla's able to block it. And now with the core again. Nightmare. And the top side goes for the dash, tries to combo it, but not quite close enough to get the hit stun. And gets it back to Agnes now. A nice res from Too Soon onto Lele's. Pass down, Meowsy goes to the top side, and the angle is just good enough. A mix-up on Too Soon, and We Love Dubu come out with the point after a crazy series of events.
Yeah, Meowsy and Agnes giving a whole new meaning, honestly redeeming the meaning of forwards in the net. Some seriously impressive defensive play from both of them, but in particular Meowsy with that crazy Soren angle. And yeah, We Love Dubu is looking quite strong to tie up the series right here.
And Agnes a bit damaged, but should be good. The Expanse on cooldown now for Too Soon. That's Nightmare looking to push his final barrier here. Meowsy able to steal the core away. Lele's on the bottom side with a piercing shot, trying to 1v3, but just not quite enough abilities. Topspin from Meowsy actually picks up a cheeky KO onto Lele's, and Junk Dogma holds it down in the face of Nightmare's Asher. Knight now forced to retreat, burns the core flip defensively here against the power play. As they're waiting for Lele's to come back online. They still have a barrier to work with apiece. So mostly just fill-in. But Nightmare going down to bottom side, looking for this core. A core flip available on Meowsy. Just looking to regain it now in overtime. Burns the flip here, gets stalled out Too Soon, responds with a flip of his own. And still both sides holding onto their barrier. Lele's able to change that though with a nice shot. They'll bring that down, and the pillar in the way! Junk Dogma! There's going to be an own goal against Agnes's rune pillar. A bit of a mix-up there on communication. We Love Dubu will will lose that point. It was good positioning, though, by Knight, because he was covering that top side, and Junk Dogma freaked out, because you expect that center clear, but there was a pillar there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm impressed that Knight has been able to make his positioning work this game. Like, we just saw him go grab that dash punch on defense. He's having to walk all the way back to help Too Soon win these strike wars and throw out these dash punches, and then is somehow still able to walk up, maintain possession the entire time, and still make plays on offense. It's really impressive considering that Stagger Swagger is his only speed awakening.
Yeah, he's just making good, efficient moves, it looks like. And a nice blink from Lele's to receive the pass from Knight. That was a solid passing play and a core flip getting burnt off Junk Dogma and called out on the barrier, resulting in a huge pickup here for Seraphim Oxblood. And if they can score this point, it would win them the set and get them back in the game. Tofu Fortress is committed, but energy is coming up. Lele's with a flip now, just passes it to Knight, who just sinks it right in, gets it around the roll. And Oxblood, they're taking the set, and I mean, they're coming right back in this one now. I think, yeah, Lele's going to be the MVP here. And all the sparks, I think, are still available as well.
No, get your mouse off of explosive entrance. Grab that spark, young man.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Grab that spark, young squaw. Okay. Thank frickin' goodness. Yeah, that still leaves plenty for Knight here. I like the big fish pickup. I think you could have also gone for 1-2 punch. Prime time on Kazan is a massive pickup. Could have been even more massive if they would have grabbed rapid fire in the last draft, but I mean, now you have speed, you have 2 size awakenings, you have cooldown. It's kind of the best Kazan build you can ask for. Like, who am I doing criticizing last draft pick when Meowsy has like the most cracked Kazan build of all time? So definitely scary builds for both of these teams. We're moving into set 4 now. Obviously, the scaling threat from Seraphim Oxblood is massive, but for the time being, I would still put the build advantage in favor of We Love Dubu.
Yeah, Agnes didn't get much that draft, but still has like 3 like really scary rune items anyway. Yeah, but Oxblood, I think, are definitely back in this with that draft as well. If they just keep playing consistently, this could very well just be another set 5 game. But right now, in a bit of a situation with an open goal, Meowsy doing normal Kazan things and just moving the core somewhere else, and Lele's not able to, unfortunately, reach it with the blink. Ironically enough, if he had taken explosive entrance, he might have been able to save that, but it's all good. We Love Dubu gonna start with the opening point.
Yeah, I'm loving what Agnes is cooking once more. These banishes are so perfectly timed. Just breaking the kneecaps of Seraphim Oxblood and giving them essentially a temporary power play. Not only because you have a player that's banished, but also because he's staggering someone by dropping the pillars on them essentially every time. Having said it is Oxblood that get a very nice offensive push going there, only cleared out thanks to Meowsy's core flip. And the barriers are first opened up for We Love Dubu, but there's a power play in favor of Oxblood.
Yeah, and they'll pick up the second barrier off of that one as well. And Too Soon with the strike shot, Junk Dogma caught login, the classic Dubu folly, and it's just going to go right around him. Another goalie goal here. Actually, I think that might be the first goalie goal for Too Soon. But that'll tie it up yet again, and Lele still has the flip available, which is extremely valuable for Oxblood. Bit of a sad boys angle, but it will result in a double barrier for Oxblood anyway, and Nightmare just forces it right through. And just like that, Seraphim Oxblood, they're on set point now, and Lele still has the flip. Never even needed to use it, a 10-second point.
Let's talk about that insane sequence real quick. The only reason that was able to happen is because Too Soon has Strike Shot and Missile Prop, allowing his Atlas primary to reach that far, and 1-2 Punch, which sent it fast enough for him to grab the double barrier. Another triple banish from Agnes. The banishes aren't stopping. But yeah, and then just multiple ults dumped by Oxblood to score that. But the barriers are down for them this time. Another great opportunity for We Love Dubu to potentially close out the game.
Yeah, but Lele's firing right back with a barrier now of his own. Knight going to the bottom, and Lele's is right there to set up with a piercing shot. Nothing can hit that with the hot shot. Junk Dogma and Agnes tried, but it's going too fast, and now Seraphim Oxblood, we are going to a set 5 again. And this one, though, this is for the championship. Kata Ego both showing up here. Another Spark as well as Peak, Unstop, Knife's Edge. A couple really solid options. This is for all the marbles for Seraphim Oxblood if they win it here. Catalyst on the Atlas. Egoist on the Kazan. Peak performance for Nightmare to scale with the Big Fish. Knife's Edge for Junk Dogma to run faster. A third Spark for Jeff, who is almost the mayor. And Unstoppable for Agnes. Cloak Oak, I mean, we've got some crazy builds going on here.
Yeah, I think someone needed to deny away that Spark from Leleus. He is going to... He's going to be unstoppable now. I mean, this guy's rocking 516 speed, even without mag souls. And 40 cooldown reduction is, like... To say
Plus
that it's nothing to sneeze at would be an
shot
understatement.
as well. Tag
Yeah,
that on
this
top
dude
of
has
there.
so much cooldown reduction. So much.
Oh, and a quick KO off of that black hole pop onto Meowsy is going to set up the power play for Seraphim Oxblood. Knight's build as well is really cooking. Now you got double size, plus Stagger Swagger, plus Peak Performance, and unkillable, big, fast Asher is extremely scary. But not able to do too much on that power play. Nightmare, oh, unfortunate Sad Boy's angle. Meowsy actually able to respond with a barrier of her own now. Lele's with the core flip pass to Knight. The Creations battling it out. Not getting a barrier, but too soon does burn the flip. Junk Dogma as well, burning the flip here. To go back to neutral a bit, but Meowsy with a nice crook leverage once again, changing the tides and opening up Oxblood's side of the goal. Agnes looking for the pass, but Lele's doing a good job just sticking right to him, not allowing that to happen. Meowsy dashing down, but kind of misses the core just a bit. Piercing shot here from Lele's actually able to get the barrier off Junk Dogma. Nightmare whiffs the flip, but is able to get the core. And just right to the bottom. Seraphim Oxblood. Strike first in set 5.
Strike first in set 5, and Knight is striking second up against that log. So much size on this Asher. I mean, you said it, like, this Asher build is absolutely disgusting. Seraphim Oxblood have been threatening their scaling this entire game, and they got the opportunity to scale. It is going to be a terrifying, terrifying set for We Love Dubu, as if they lose it, their chances of winning the Omega Strikers Amateur Series go up in flames.
And Seraphim Oxblood. Stocks are up for them right now. They got an early barrier, though looks like Meowsy's able to respond with one. But Nightmare's coming back looking for the KO. Doesn't quite get it. But it's actually Lele's who gets shut down instead. And the second barrier falling, the power play for We Love Dubu. Agnes pass to Meowsy, looking for the dribble up to the top side. Agnes with the core again, but Nightmare cutting the pass, buys a bit of time, as Lele's comes back online now. Pillar in the way, but Oxblood looking to recover here. Agnes will win the strike war, gets it back to Meowsy too soon with an option. Will pass it down to Lele's here. The Tofu Fortress is committed, but it gets sent through just a bit. The Banish won't be doing too much here. Nightmare versus Meowsy does beat the crooked leverage. Agnes still has a flip available. And Too Soon and Meowsy are just going at it over in the goal box. Core flip here from Agnes. Sends it straight. Too Soon able to block that one. And hold on for just a bit longer. But Agnes with the core again. Bit of a bad bounce though. Meowsy picks up the KO onto Too Soon. Nightmare's looking for one in return. But it's a goalie power play. Nightmare just in time. Picks the KO onto Meowsy before the point can be scored. It's a 2v2 now. Junk Dogma with a flip though. Is holding on. Nightmare trying to pass it to Lele's. Too Soon coming back here. 3v2 for a second. And now Meowsy's back online. Pass up to Agnes. Lele's looking to recover it. Agnes gets the core first, but Nightmare now able to recover. Lele's with an open goal. Junk Dogma got baited to the top, and Lele's just sinks it right in. It is game point, league point for Seraphim Oxblood.
League point. Those are big, big words, and a big, big challenge for We Love Dubu to overcome. A defensive flip here. The Banish burned early by Agnes. One barrier to their name, a slight barrier disadvantage, but it'll be one back by Junk Dogma burning the flip there to find the first barrier of Seraphim Oxbloods. Meowsy, the only one allowed to be on offense, as Agnes is KO'd by Knight. The scary reverse power play here as Oxblood collapses in. We Love Dubu, more terrified than ever, and yet it's more important than ever that they keep it composed here and stay in it. Their barriers are down.
Barrier is down now, and Soon has a flip available. Meowsy's looking for one here. Able to get it. Soon whiffs the flip, though. A bit of nerves. And Agnes with, oh no, Knight with the barrier. Don't allow, this is for the league. They're trying to push it in. Junk Dogma able to save that one away though. And now Meowsy with the crook leverage. It gets sent wide though. Junk Dogma barely able to save that one. But now Knight with the core. Lele's pushing up. It's going to get banished. Meowsy coming up with the astral projection. Goes so far. Nightmare with a 6 KO streak. Takes out Meowsy. And now with the core. Looking to the top side. The barrier beam is good. Nightmare for the league. It's a Seraphim sweep. They'll take it all the way. Seraphim Oxblood are your Season 9 OSAS champions.
In a 2-0. Am I incorrect in saying that? That was our second game, yes?
True. That is a 2-0.
2-0 victory. Junk Dogma did have most redirects that game with 277, but Nightmare and Leleus with 6 and 5 goals to their name, as well as 3 assists. That is what will win you a league. Tons upon tons of offensive synergy, rocking the Asher-Estelle offensive duo. And there's Leleus coming in with the midfield stat line that we expect to see. 88 shots, 218 redirects. I feel like Leleus played incredibly that game. Did a really good job, especially in the face of Agnes on this rune, who's just been so oppressive in the midfield all night long. It's about as good of a win as you can ask for in the face of such a terrifying build. All 3 members of We Love Dubu having such terrifying builds in the early game, but they stayed strong. They reverse swept that game. Oxblood scaled themselves to victory and claim the title of OSAS Season 9 champions.
Yeah, a very stellar performance. Great synergy coming out across that team. And the stat line to back it up. An incredible series. I mean, that game 1 was so close, and this one was also pretty close until that final set, and they really locked in. But yeah, we're going to be getting an interview here with Seraphim Oxblood in just a moment, so we'll be getting them in here. But yeah, congratulations as well, I guess, to We Love Dubu, who will be placing second. But yeah, I'm really excited to get to talk to these guys.
Yeah, me too. And brought in.
Yep. Look who it is. The OSAS Season 9 champions, Seraphim Oxblood. Guys, how are you feeling right now?
Honestly, it's kind of surreal.
Elated. My
Yeah.
arm pop was
This
unimaginable.
It was.
This is a feeling you do not get past. It is just tons of ecstasy.
It's incredible,
Yeah.
really.
I mean, that's great to hear. Look, you guys played really well tonight. Really well, just like solid Omega Strikers individually, and like individual playmaking was incredible, but also like your team synergy was something that we don't see very often. What were your comms like? Was there a lot of like actual communication, or have you just gotten like super used to like how you guys play together?
We had some comms, a lot of like and like calling for live if we're about to die. That happened a few times.
Oh yeah.
Our team usually doesn't calm as much. I would say tonight we've definitely calmed a lot of our skills and a lot of our kills a lot more than usual.
Mhm.
Yeah, important things like ability cooldowns. I always say whoever's low so that Knight can come over them and teach a lesson. I always say when I'm pushing up, just general coordination things that really brought us together as a team.
Yeah, Cloak, you have any questions?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's a fun fact that Ether sent our direction. It's not much of a question, but reportedly this is the first time that a team that didn't qual to finale via winners quals is a OSAS champion. So this is a first time. I mean, we're 9 seasons in. You think we'd be running out of first times right now, but here y'all are making history. Not just by going down in the graduation books, but also by pulling off an unprecedented victory.
Yeah, we're third place, and
We were second in our bracket, weren't we? For Swiss?
we were second seed in Swiss. but we were-
qualifiers. like your qualifying week, you qualified third.
Yeah,
place.
we qualified week 1 and
Yeah.
we came in week.
That's what that means.
Okay.
But yeah, so that first game was like super close, obviously, right? Were you expecting this to like go to like a game 3, or were you confident that you were gonna pull it off in Atlas Lab?
I definitely thought it was a possibility. Even our game against in Swiss was really close, or in pools rather, was really close. So I was pretty confident that our game 2 would be close too.
Yeah, Dubu is a really strong team. Meowsy on that Kazan, super scary, but thankfully, Knight and Lai's Jeff, they just come out and help me a little bit, and I come out and help them on the offense. It's a team effort. We knew it was going to be a hard battle, but we had faith in each other and our own abilities, so we pulled it out.
Jeff, I actually have 2 questions for you. First of all, you think I'd know by now after knowing you for so long. Is it Laileus or Laileus?
Lele's.
Laileus, okay.
Oh, I said it wrong.
Yeah, so
Oops.
Laileus, we were talking about your synergy with your teammates in particular, right? You as the midfielder have to have synergy with 2 teammates in particular, right? To be able to pull stuff off. This was, I believe, your first season as a midfielder. What was it like pivoting roles? What was kind of your evolution from the brawler role to now being an OSAS champion as a midfielder?
I mean, I played brawler since the game was in beta, so I don't want to say it got stale, but I kind of felt, I think. And I feel like I kind of just tried midfield on a whim one day, and it kind of flowed naturally.
That's really cool to hear, for sure, because that's not an easy transition that a lot of people are able to comfortably make. But I mean, you guys,
Brawler's the easy role.
Yeah, brawler's the easy role. Midfield's like the hard role. But yeah, no, you guys played excellently tonight and should be very proud of your win. But that is all for OSAS Season 9. Congratulations to all top 3 teams who graduated. Jakara Redemption, We Love Dubu, and of course our champs here, Seraphim Oxblood. Everyone put on a really good show. It was really competitive and never really felt like an absolute sweep. Do you guys have anyone that you guys want to shout out?
I want to shout out both the teams we played against, because Meowsy's team is phenomenal. Mike Mart's team, they picked out Soon very well in the second game.
They did.
Soon had to play Mako for the first time as goalie.
Yeah,
Wait, that was your first time on Mako?
It was my first time on Mako. I had never played the character before, and the only other goalie I had in my pocket was Now, and I just didn't feel like I could deal with the pressure Grant Attack would put on me. So I was like, Mako, it's your time. I was literally asking them how to draft. I had no idea, but thankfully we got the dub there. That was a little bit sweaty.
Well, with that will conclude OSAS Season 9. Hopefully everyone will come back for season, except of course the people who graduated, but hopefully everyone will come back for Season 10. But yeah, I mean, just a big shout out to just the TOs and refs and the production that made all the leagues happen. Of course, at Bestie and Slot, they're always the GOATs, but that's all from us tonight. It is late. We've had many good games of Omega Strikers, and now it is time to rest. So a good night from me, Cloak Oak. Do you have anything to say?
Nothing other than another congrats to Seraphim Oxblood and the other graduates from OSAS tonight. And as always, see y'all in the queues.
Yeah. Goodbye and good night.
Shout out Seraphim!
Yeah, shout out Seraphim. I see you, Mexi.